hear the approaching ruin? Descending blade!
Yo, what is up, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch? I am Shotgun Shogun, and this is the Spooktober Showdown. I am joined with Fart Pancakes. Thank you for joining me, Bunny K-Run. Fart Pancakes, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How's it going with you?
Fantastic. I was going to dress up as Bask. I had a skeleton costume that I bought from Spirit Halloween because they told me that they didn't have a Cirilla costume, aka a slutty witch, that would fit me. However, they lied to me about the Bask costume because it didn't fit on my shoulders and I hulked out of it. So I am making do with what I have, but first tournament in 10 months. We're back. We're doing tournaments. It's Spooktober Showdown. We've got 32 people. Hopefully they remembered that they signed up for the tournament. We're going to probably run into some issues, but I'm very interested to see what we get today because we literally just got 2 new units yesterday. We got Rimuru. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it's yesterday. We got Rimuru. We got Shura. And I mean, I've already really been enjoying Rimuru quite a bit. What is your take on Rimuru so far?
I think he's scary AF. I don't even know what the heck to do against him, especially for a person that likes to abuse buffs.
Yeah.
You kind of cuck yourself going into him. So now I'm like, oh, how do I play without buffs now?
Oh, yeah.
So it's a bit tricky now trying to
For
deal
sure.
with him.
And like, it's not just your buffs, it's our buffs. I've had so many times where an RB just procs Gab right out the gate and then hits my team and then it's like, we have Gab now. And or you know, you have it turns made haters into made friends because, you know, now you have attack buff and revive, and he's actually probably one of the most fun units that I've had fun playing with in quite a while. Like, we've had a ton of units come out, right? But none have been as fun as just stealing non-stop buffs. And not only that, but the amount of damage that he does on that S3 is pretty crazy. There's so many ways to build him too, and I'm really hoping that some of our players today will showcase some builds. I'm sure that we're going to see quite a bit of him, but here's my question. Do you think we're going to see any of the other units? Rimuru came out, and everybody completely forgot that ML Koeric, Ida, Euphine, BBK all got buffs. Nobody talked about it.
A lot of people are abusing ML Koeric, although there's quite a few different builds out there, and people are running different things. I think it's just because these buffs are so new, and these, you know, Rimuru is also new too, so everyone's just trying to play around with different builds and seeing what works first, and then probably in a few weeks here, or even at the end of the RTA season, we'll see like a consensus for what we think is going to be the best build for each unit.
Right.
But yeah, surprisingly, we're not seeing any Eufiends out there yet. Not really any BBKs. A lot of these buffs on paper sound good, but then realistically, as far as trying to use them, I don't think people have come up with the best way to do that yet.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people that were really hype about the BBK buffs, but then I was like, Smilegate puts strip on everything these days. Like, everything comes with strip. Like, back in my day, when we had to walk uphill both ways in the snow to get to Legend Arena with no shoes, you had Bazaar. That was about it, really, for, like, reliable strippers, right? But now, you just have more strippers than a strip club in your draft. Like, everything strips these days.
Yeah, even MLKue strips too.
Yeah.
He's become a stripper now.
Right. I mean, which I'm sure doesn't disappoint some of the ladies and gentlemen out there that he would become a stripper. But, you know, with that said, I do think it'll be interesting to see here just what we end up seeing out of the matches. I am really hyped to see some people pull off some of these new units. I want to see if MLKue is the Angelica counter, because pretty much every time you see a match, it's Angelica ban. We're just going to ban Angelica. Don't even want to have to deal with it, right? But with MLKue, maybe we don't see as many, right? We'll see. We are going to be single ban, so rules for the tournament with 32 people, best of 3, single elimination, no losers bracket. You lose, you go home. We don't worry about losers brackets, because otherwise Genizad is going to run up through the whole thing again and then come into the finals. We don't need that kind of toxicity, Genizad. But 32 people, if you disconnect before you take your first turn, we will do a redo, but after the first person goes, if you disconnect, you are gone, because with a game as heavily RNG as this, it's just not really fair to do a do-over. If they are missing for their match, they'll have one match to show up. If not, disqualified. We move on to the next group of people. Today we will be doing all of round 1. We will be taking a break around the middle, but don't worry, it won't be too long. And with that said, I think it's time. I think we get into this first game. I'm absolutely ready.
All right, let's get the show on the road.
So first up, we've got Cure 1 versus Gritz, and we've got to see, they are the flagship game of the tournament. So they are setting the pace here for the rest of the tournament. No pressure, guys. So we see a Blood Moon Haste and a Cerise ban. That is weird.
We got some revives happening for Kure's picks, probably. Maybe he wants to pick MagicQue or RB.
I mean, I would very much expect that, especially if you're going first pick RB. Haven't seen that in a while.
Maybe he's confident in his cleave.
Very possible, but he is giving up Angelica and Violet to Gritz, which is a lot of anti-cleave. Now, Angelica's not too bad if you are absolutely sure that you will outspeed. However, going into a Ruel here, is this just going to be a full revive team? Does he also pick up Meru? Does he also pick up MagicQue? And just everybody revives?
Well, I don't think if you draft a bunch of revivers, it's going to help against a Violet. Unless you bring an actual answer to him.
That's true. But I mean, you know, you stall it out until Grit's connection disconnects, and then you win.
Looks like Kure is thinking long and hard here. What is going to be his third pick? How to deal with that Angelica and Violet.
So we do see the Landy pickup.
Landy would be great into the Violet, but into Angelica and the Rimuru might be a little sus. If Yeah, Landy goes before anyone else, that Rimuru is gonna get a free speed buff for the whole team.
Right. Not only that, but if it is a guiding light Landy, not only is that potentially a free speed up, but it is also potentially a free stealth as well. But Gritz is going to go into OP Sig as well here. Very aggressive draft on the Gritz side.
Probably gonna be an opener opsig to give everybody attack buff, and then that Rimuru S3 is gonna hurt a lot more.
Yeah.
There it is. We got 3 revivers on Kurei's side. That's why that ML haste had to be the pre-ban there.
Very much so. I do like the Spec Tenny here because that does help counter out the Violet, being as he cannot counter on that. We do see a BBK, and this is actually really strong because there is no strippers.
Oh, that's very true.
So maybe BBK last pick is the tech.
Yeah, you gotta... A lot of these units with the immortality, you have to last pick them so they don't bring strippers into you.
Right.
That's probably what we're gonna see in the future when the ML Celine comes out too.
I turn my sound down here because it's coming through my mic. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, with ML Celine coming out, it'll be interesting. There's a lot of options for a last pick here, and for last picks, and I think it is one of the strongest picks. But this is a little difficult. Now, I did like the soul burn there to get rid of the silence on the maid, and I think being able to bring a book really hurts maid when you don't, or not maid, but really hurts Angelica if you have a maid on your team, because you can do that. And we're already seeing that outside of BBK, this is a pretty rough spot for Gritz to be in.
Yeah, we'll see if that BBK can clean up with her S3 here, because it looks like she's going to be the saving grace for this round for Gritz.
Yeah, I mean,
but
this is going to do a lot of damage, but everybody has revive.
Will she be able to clean everybody is the thing. Who is she going to probably go for the RB and the Landy picks here? But if she's going to be able to survive that, Stanley is a different story.
Yeah, and then here comes the RB back again with the Gab, and I'm pretty sure that is just... That's game right there, because you had to kill that RB 3 times in order to get through that. So first match is going to go to Kurei.
That was very interesting. It was exciting to see that someone actually brought out the BBK, but unfortunately this was not the right place to be using that. Maybe it could have gone differently if the maid Chloe was banned.
Yeah, I think the maid Chloe was a big help there, because being able to soul burn in, get rid of all of those debuffs, put the revive up, that really just hard stopped the BBK, because just you didn't have enough there. And we do see the Stenny ban change up here, but Kurei is just going for that ML haste and potentially going to just go through and maybe run it back.
Well, it looks like this time they're trying to snipe the Angelica pick.
We do see the Angelica pick, yeah.
He steals the RB instead, so now they're stealing each other's drafts.
Right, however, that is a non-fully awakened Angelica. You hate to see it. That girl puts in so much work that she deserves that full awakening. Wow, yeah, Gritz is just going, he's like, you know what? I'm just stealing maid too.
But before that Gritz could steal the Ruel, Kurei go ahead and takes it first. Now, how are we going to deal with the RB is the question here.
Yeah, because if you don't ban the RB, then you have to really, really bulk down here, because you don't have ML haste as a must ban.
A lot of the times, people like to first pick RB if there's no ML haste there. If no one has extinction, who knows if you can actually tank it out though. Because if he gabs twice, You're dead deado.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, for sure. And Grit's going into the Caesarea pseudo cleave here. I've really been enjoying the fact that people thought that for a while after Caesarea came out, they were like, this unit is the worst limited unit that has ever been released. You know, much like people think every time a new unit is released. But with Ran coming out, with people actually playing Caesarea, she is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, once people finally figure out how to use a unit, that's when they start becoming scary.
Right.
So maybe people are still playing around with Rimuru right now. He's already really scary, but once people figure him out, he's gonna be a lot scarier later.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, it has been a day that he has been out, and already he's probably one of my favorite units, and I have just been having a ball playing him. So we're going to see the Violet come out here on the Kure side. He'd also sniped out the Cerise, which is something that a lot of people do tend to pick with the Caesarea, and Grit's going with that BBK. It did not work well for him last time around. So we'll see if it works this time. The problem is that BBK has to deal with a Cerise and has to deal with the Angelica of Light.
Actually, I'm surprised they let the Caesarea through. If that Opsig's fast, this might be a win for Gritz. But it looks like that Cerise outspeeds.
The Cerise does outspeed, however, the Opsig is in Guiding Light, so she's still going to be able to do her Opsig stuff. That's one of the problems I find with Cerise as an opener instead of like a support, is that if she outspeeds and opens, she really doesn't do much unless she can like stun somebody who's not on immunity, right? Because if they stack the speed up, then sure, she stripped everybody, but they still get their turns. So it is a little tough here, and the bombs are sitting on the Angelica, on the Cerise, so there's not a ton that he can do right here. He's gonna cleanse that off of the Angelica.
I'm actually surprised that was cleansed off the Angelica instead of the Cerise, because Angelica can't be stunned.
Yeah. Maybe he was worried about the damage potentially one-shotting the Angelica. With the Cerise is in invulnerability, so she's not going to be taking any damage. However, the Landy is gone. Silence on the BBK is huge here. That's a moderate amount of damage, but that Angelica's dead, because Opsig will just S2 this, and trying to save that Angelica just didn't work out. This is probably a Landy
revival here, but will Landy be able to clean this up is the question.
I think that Landy, if she does not get stunned here, never mind.
Well, that's unfortunate, RNG.
That is unfortunate, very much so, because this, well, I don't think you rip the, okay, I guess you do rip the S3. Does it kill, I don't think it kills the Landy through stealth here, but
we got some bombs.
We got some bombs, and it's going to knock her out of stealth, and I'm pretty sure with just the S1 here, the Landy dies. And I thought that this was going to be a little bit tougher for Gritz with the multiple strips there, but Gritz taking it 1-1.
That was a redemption arc for the BBK there, so
that's right.
Looks like that actually worked out for the BBK this time.
Yeah.
Despite getting the immortality stripped, it still worked out for the BBK.
Right, and I think too, like, the fact is that even by the time that the immortality was stripped, that BBK was taking a turn anyways.
I'm surprised they didn't try to, try to CC the BBK. She was silenced. The S1 didn't really do anything, but because the Landy was the only DPS on Kurei's side, it's a little hard to deal with against the aggro team comp like what Gritz had going.
Right, right. Not only that, but I think that Gritz stealing off some of Kurei's draft probably put him on the back foot, because he banned that ML haste like right out the gate, and then, you know, was going to run it back, and then just Gritz just stole it. So that definitely messed up a little bit of that tempo in the drafting stage.
Well, this time Kurei doesn't pre-ban the ML haste, so now Gritz went ahead and took it because of the MagicQue pick.
Yes. And because he's well aware that, you know, he's dealing with a lot of revive, right? He also picks up the Rimuru second pick, so this is going to be a little bit rough. If you don't have an answer to that ML haste, which, you know, typically comes in the form of like straws or LQC or something along those lines, you are going to have a bad time, and this almost becomes a must ban if you pull any other sort of revivers in.
This is also a great opportunity for Rimuru going into MagicQue. He's just gonna steal a revive and attack buff for everybody.
Right. Yep, absolutely. We do see a Violet pickup here. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe taking it early as your DPS to prevent Gritz from taking it. We're seeing this double revive. Do you think that's telegraphing, hey, I'm banning this ML haste?
If he lets the ML haste go, he has to be ready to deal with the Rimuru. And with that Violet on the field, that Caesarea might be able to kill him, so this might be a little tough for Kurei. He has to think long and hard about who's
interested to see. Yeah, I'm interested to see if he's going to lock this Tenebria. Fire Tenebria is not somebody I've seen in a long time. He opts to go with the Cerise. Now, he already knows that this Operator Sigret is on Guiding Light, so he's not going to be able to lock this Operator Sigret down.
And it looks like Gritz goes with the same draft he was running, but with the Rimuru and the haste.
Right, right. Yeah, he's really enjoying this BBK, and I mean, if he gets rid of the Cerise, that means that immortality is going to be sticking around.
Also, with her newly buffed S3, it's great to go into the Ravi and the Violet too, because they're not going to get countered.
Right, right. But we do see the Cerise, and we see the BBK ban out here.
Alright, so that's a free attack buff for the Rimuru.
Yep. Yeah, because we're gonna see a counter here. And does he hit? Ooh, he actually lands the hit, and is not on Tooth, but if that was on Tooth, it would have died. I've killed a bunch of them like that. That's why I really like the Tooth damage. Actually, he could just S1 this Violet right here and just kill it, but who is he opting? He's opting to go into the Ruel, so let's see how much this does. So that almost killed that Ruel. So that was 17k without any damage mitigation.
If that Opsig was still there, there could have been more buffs to empower that Rimuru S3.
Right, yeah, he was definitely down 2 buffs, so we didn't see the full extra damage, which is a little bit disappointing. Would have definitely killed.
We got 2 revivers to deal with on Kurei's side, so maybe this Rimuru and the Caesarea would be strong enough to deal with that.
Yeah, and I think that he's gonna opt to kill the Ravi, and they're just gonna keep getting that S3. They're going to just keep getting shields, and it's gonna be a rough time. At least he did take out the Op Sig early, or else he would have been in a much worse place, because anytime the Violet is
actually hit.
Gone again.
This Violet is not working today. Where's his evasion?
Right, yeah, I'm pretty sure you need to get that checked. Go take it back to the shop, get your evasion checked out. Always evades on the enemy team, right?
Yep, always right side, never left side.
That's right. So we'll see if we get any bonks here. We don't. Now, at this point, Rimuru is a little... One of the problems they do find with Rimuru, right, is that after you bust that S3, until you get that S3 back around and your S2 is off cooldown, he's just kind of a single target damage dealer. And not a really super solid one.
Well, with Gritz's draft, all those Emil Haste barriers has been protecting him pretty well, so
Yeah.
all he needs to do is just stay alive long enough until his S3 is back up and see if we end up with some more nuking action.
Yeah, and Bomb's just getting laid all over this Violet. This Violet is just not having a great time. We do see the S3 ripped off here from the Ravi. This is outside of Sigurd's Scythe range, if it was Sigurd's Scythe, so not a full heal there. We're going to attempt for... We did get the bonk on the Caesarea, so this is going to give Kure a little bit of time here to go into this Caesarea, take her off, and his plan right now is just the war of attrition, right? If you just pick off the weakest units during this time, and this is going to be a big S3. I think he just rips it. He rips it into Caesarea. I feel like he could have potentially killed out the Rimuru there. I don't know exactly how tanky it is because I haven't looked. I'll check next time around. But I feel like he could have potentially taken that threat off of the table. The Caesarea was stunned, so he had time to kind of deal with it.
Even if he went for the Rimuru, I don't think the Rimuru being alive would be able to solo both the Ravi and the Violet anyway.
True.
Because there's the Ravi's element advantage, and then we got the dodges, or maybe we'll have the dodges from the Violet if he's working.
Right. So this is a Stella Harpa ML Haste, and it is getting worked down real hard. Right now, at this point, he's not going to have S3 for a while unless something revives, which I don't think they're killing anything anytime soon. So this Rimuru being a little on the slow side here and not having an Idol's Cheer on the ML Haste, they can easily just finish off this ML Haste and then work their way over to this Rimuru. And I'm pretty sure at this point, this is Kure's game. Got the stun on the Rimuru as well there. Gonna finish off the ML Haste. Although it did Stella Harpa him out of it, but I think at this point there's nothing that Gritz can do.
Yeah, as scary as a unit as Rimuru is, it looks like this is not the play for him. This is not the team comp that he'll work well with.
Right.
Because that Opsig just disappeared after her S3. So because of her being missing, there was not enough carry potential to win against Kure's two revivers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this, like I said, this was just a war of attrition. After killing the Opsig, Kure had, plenty of barrier potential there. You had the revives, and there just wasn't enough overall damage and mitigation there. So this is going to be 2-1 for Kure, and starting off pretty well. We did see some good BBK play from Gritz, though. I really did enjoy the fact that he was just going for that BBK play.
Yeah, it looks like he really, really wanted to get more, I guess, maybe limit testing time for her.
Yeah.
So it didn't work out for his first match. Second match worked out really well. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see her for the third match, so probably she could have carried that third match if she actually went through.
Right. Yeah, no, and I think that is one of the big things, right, is that when you last pick her, she does potentially become a must ban if you don't have an answer to that immortality. Although I do find, I don't know, I still want to see more testing with her, right? Like, I think that she has some potential in certain drafts, but we'll see. But we got V, who is in Legend, and going up against Heroic. Man, I love that frame so much. It's such a good frame. This was
Fancy looking.
Yeah, this one's gonna be a good matchup right here. Two Legends, numbered round 2.
Alright, maybe we're gonna see some interesting Rimuru plays here. Maybe these Legend players have it figured out.
Alright, so first pick FCC, we see the Angelica ban, and we see the Maid ban. First pick Dark Corvus. No, we're gonna see a Robbie. So this is gonna be a very typical draft here. It's looking like. But V is gonna second pick the Rimuru. So we're gonna see how this one goes out. We're gonna see the Landy, and we'll see Ruel pick up here from the Heroic side.
If this Rimuru goes through, he's gonna be stealing a lot of buffs from Heroic side.
Indeed. V kind of taking his time here, thinking it out.
Thinking long and hard how to deal with that Landy and the Ruel, because that's pretty tough there. If that Landy has a lot of protection.
Okay, we see an Aros, and this is not something that you see very often these days. Aros, has kind of fallen off a little bit, but I'm always a big fan of Aros and Falconeer Corey still. But DN into Spectre Tenebria.
We got a lot of buffs going on Heroic side, so maybe they're not letting the Rimuru through.
Very possible, but at the same time, letting the LQC through with an FCC is going to be a little rough. Now, I expected the Spectre Tenebria ban here with a Ravi last pick because V had 0 AoE reach to get to that Spectre Tenebria. At that point, it is almost like a guaranteed ban. So we're going to see there's not a lot of... Well, I guess both of the Ravis have sustain. So technically there's sustain on the V side. Going with a double Ravi, by the way.
Alright, will this DN put up buffs? If she's putting up a lot of buffs and somebody hits V's team, they're getting a lot of free buffs over there.
Right. Now it's interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see in what order it copies them. Right? Is it 2 at random? Is it the first 2? I'd be interested to see exactly how that works out. So technically, it should steal immunity. So it stole attack and anti-crit.
Anti-crit, yeah. So probably the leftmost?
Maybe.
Bottom leftmost?
Or maybe it's just random. Maybe they're just like, you know what? Hey, just whatever. Anti-crit, though, doing a really good job at preventing the crits from Landy. And by that, I mean, it definitely did not. And at this point, this Rimuru is not in a very good spot.
They're just nuking them down so they don't steal more buffs.
Yeah.
I expected Rimuru to be a little more scary here, but I haven't seen him pop off yet. So this might be a carry between the Ravi and the A-Ravi.
I mean, he definitely... Well, he opened with his S1, right? We didn't see the S3 onto the FCC, and he has been provoked here. So there's not a lot. Yeah. This is why I tell people to put at least a little bit of effectiveness on your FCC. Although anti-crit did work right there, so that is pretty nice. However, do you think Rimuru into Landy DN is really that good of an idea? Because that just is Landy fuel.
Maybe Heroic had an idea up his sleeve. Typically, people are not going to put any F-Res on their Rimuru, so they figured if the FCC went through, she would just permanently CC that Rimuru so he can't do anything.
Right.
And this is where some people might opt in to put like a Timeless Anchor or even a Crimson Seed on him, since he is a warrior after all.
That's true. That is true. I mean, I have
But
seen...
that Landy's got a stealth.
The problem here, though, too, is that even if the Landy dies, right? Even if they're able to kill the Landy, the Ruel's just going to bring it back.
Yeah, so this is going to be really tough because they don't have a lot of aggressive plays on V's side.
Right.
They have 2 Soul Weavers to deal with.
It'll be interesting to see if he opts to rip the S3 here into the Landy, expecting a kill, because I think that through Arius, like, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, with the barrier too.
Barrier, yeah, the full heal. And I think that this is just a real bad spot. Heroic playing the protect Landy build here. And we're almost going to see this A-Ravi just take a back seat.
So, in some cases, this Ravi is a good pick into that Landy, but with the 2 Soul Weavers there, it doesn't seem like she's going to do a whole lot.
Maybe we see a, maybe we just see a Fire Ravi solo game after everybody else has died. V just goes, like, gets some lunch, takes a nap, and we just see the Fire Ravi just solo the entire team into Frenzy 20.
Would that be possible into 2 Soul Weavers, though? I'm not sure if that's possible with the Ruel and the
I feel like
DN there.
eventually, as things ramp up, you just soul burn S1 the Ruel, and then you just work on everything else. It would be a war of attrition or a Ravi.
Everyone gets stunned from the Ravi S3. Maybe there could be hope, but all I'm seeing right now is that FCC slowly getting worked on. Meanwhile, that Landy's untouched, and then that Ruel and the DN are just gonna heal them
that was a
back
big
up.
crit on that Fire Ravi. I feel like you just risk it, go into the... I feel like you could have just risked it and went into the Fire Ravi there.
Well, that's ML Landy for you.
That's
No
true.
such thing as elemental disadvantage, apparently.
Right. And we'll
Meanwhile,
see.
that Ravi just sits there. She's not countering.
Yeah, just... And no matter what this is a dead Ravi right here. Heroic is going to be taking round 1.
That was actually a very, very scary comp for Heroic side.
Yeah.
Seemed like with V's draft, that barely did anything because he had so much sustain and so much mitigation.
Right, and that's one of the big problems too, is if you try to go too aggressive into a turtle comp, into sustain, and you do not have the ability to just crack through one of those. I mean, Heroic is rank 38 right now for a reason. So if you cannot break that down and you let the turtle team start literally turtling up, you're just gonna be running into a wall.
Yeah, if you see someone drafting a lot of mitigation and buffers, sustain, into a single carry unit, I'm surprised more people aren't bringing like more strippers into that to deal with that situation, like a Bazaar.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like I haven't seen a Bazaar in ages. It's interesting. Or even if you wanted like an offensive stripper, right? Bringing in like a Bryceria to strip, attack down, unbuffable. Heroic going a little bit more aggressive now, though.
Looks like he might be going in for the cleave with that closer Charles, but that's also free attack buffs for the Rimuru. Maybe we'll see Rimuru in action now because Heroic stole it from V.
That's true. That is true. And I think that this draft, right? Picking an FCC first pick is a very neutral pick. When you pick FCC, that doesn't telegraph to your opponent anything about what you're going into, because you can just pivot into cleave, you can pivot into stall, you can just go any number of ways off of an initial FCC draft. And I think that is one of the strongest things that like FCC has going for her. Same with like C Armin, right? If you first pick either one of those, it's like I don't know what exactly you're going into, right?
Yeah, so now looks like we're going straight for the cleave. We got the strays for the one shot. And if they let that F10 through, everyone's getting CC'd on V's side.
Yeah. See, Violet. So I feel like here Violet is pretty much the must ban from the V side, and then I feel like you probably want to ban out the it's tough because you want to ban out the straws, but you also want to ban out that F10.
Yeah, we got a lot of strong picks on heroic side. V, he had some pretty neutral units that could work into almost any team comp, but if you're not prepared for the last pick F10 and strays, you're kind of in trouble.
Right.
So maybe V's banking on the 15% here from the F10.
So we are gonna let's see how much we land here. This could also be a 300 effect resist C Armin. Not that that would do anything to anybody else here.
Did that A Ravi get 15%ed, or is she just high F res?
Probably 15%ed there, but that was huge. Being able to soul burn S1 to delete that straws, yeah, good use of souls there.
Yeah, that saved V's Carmen there.
And then Heroic just instantly decides, you know what, hey, we're not playing this out. Thank you, 15%. Because
Yep,
I cannot
15%.
imagine that A Ravi hitting that hard with 300 effect resist.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rimuru isn't gonna solo carry against 3 aggro DPS.
Right. Yeah, that thing was super gone. Even though you would have had some follow up, you may have taken like 1 or 2 people off of the board, but overall, that A Ravi was going to finish that game off. So we do see the Maid Angelica ban here again. And V this time, yeah, taking up the FCC.
So it looks like they're stealing a lot of these units from each other. But
I think
again,
when you,
these are meta picks. They're always the safest picks that people want to contest for first pick.
Right, absolutely. Not only that, but like after you've fought somebody a couple of times, you know what you can and can't take away from them, right? Like you see previously in the last match where Gritz would take the RB Maid, just taking that away from your opponent. You see him use it once or twice, and then you're like, oh, this guy likes to pick this unit, so I'm just going to steal it, see if this messes up his draft.
Alright, so we got the Ruel on heroic side, so maybe he's going to play a little safer this time. He has sustain, he has the reviver.
Yeah, and it worked out for him in the first match. The super heavy sustain 1 DPS Landy. So maybe he's gonna run it back. Maybe he's like, you know what, I'm gonna test out this other draft for the second round, and then interesting. The ML Crow is not something I expected, and then Bellion into that. No, that makes sense. If you go Spectre Tenebria plus either ban Spectre Tenebria or feed ML Crow non-stop S3 cooldown. Ooh.
Interesting response for heroic side by picking the Bellion into that Crow for the Stene.
Right.
But that opened up the opportunity to pick the Rem on V's side, so
and
we'll
then
see how that goes out.
Last picking Violet into Rowana. Okay, so we do see the Violet and the Rowana ban out here.
Now, this is where we finally see the Bazaar.
Yeah.
No one brought out the Bazaars for all the buffs, but now we finally see him out here, so probably this Emerald Crow won't do a whole lot.
Very possible. I mean, he's still going to do a lot of damage with that S3. So that is still very viable. And you also have that Rem, who is going to be kind of dangerous. But we'll see.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to be careful. Plus, with the unbuffable on everybody, might not be good synergy-wise with the Rimuru here. He's not gonna have any buffs to deal.
Right, for sure. Not only that, but you know, you're not rocking a ton of buffs right now. So holding the S3 I think was the best idea here, because you're not going to be able to utilize the vast majority of the damage that would come from the S3 with the buffs, right? So very good idea there. Now the problem here for the V side is that he doesn't have nearly as much sustain as the heroic side, right?
Yeah, but with the way I see these comps going right now, we only have damage. But it seems we have more damage on V side.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't clear out the Rem quickly, she might just end up bonking his whole team.
Right, yeah, you have to pretty much focus that Rem first. We're going to see him probably S3 here, no attack buff into the Rem, just to kill this before it would go demon mode, and that is not a lot of damage. 5,000 there. That was pretty much minimum damage on that S3. Yeah. And that's one of the downsides of Rimuru, is you have to have those buffs to steal. So bringing a strip really just not working out very well for the heroic side.
Another thing people might forget about sometimes is that Rimuru also has defense break on his S3.
Yep.
So even if there were no buffs on his side to do fat damage, he could at least probably get the defense break off and then maybe cleave with the Bellion.
But you have to, so he would have to, the defense break only triggers when he hits somebody with the S3 who is buffed, I'm pretty sure.
Is that how it works? Oh,
I believe so. Really there's like 7. It's like an epic of Gilgamesh level of text. It's a college dissertation level of text on the Rimuru S3. So
yeah, too much to read there. It's a lot of information to digest.
They've changed it like 4 or 5 times now. Yeah. So we are going to see V move on. There's 2-1 against the Epic 7 World Cup finalist. I think he was finalist, right? Heroic?
He was, I think.
Up there.
Yeah, he is up there. I'm actually not sure how they all placed.
Closer to the top than I was. So, and he's got that fancy frame. That's all that really matters. But we're going to see Yanju come in, and looking forward to this one. Yanju, very good player.
I'm actually surprised that we saw a lot of Rimuru picks, but it didn't seem like he did a whole lot in these matches. So maybe these players have it figured out because so many people have been picking Rimuru. It seems they've come up with ways to actually deal with them now. Yep.
So we're going to see Yanju and Tryhard. Yanju's rank 16 on the ladder at the moment. Ravi, Angelica banouts here. Interesting to see what the first pick is. Just going straight into the Rimuru. Now, I expected to see a lot of Rimuru in this tournament, but so far, mixed results.
Yeah, a lot of people are having fun using him, but it seems like it's one of those units where in the right situation, they're going to do a lot. Right. Just like when Caesarea first came out, she's mixed reactions. Sometimes she works great. Sometimes she's a useless dead pick.
Yep. Yep, but it does look like he will be going into at least some buffs here. We're gonna see Yanju taking his time. The Bellion and the Ruel, Tryhard pretty much saying, hey, I'm tanking this down. So if you want to go aggro, go aggro. Whatever you want to do, this is what I'm doing right here.
I feel like the Bellion early pick is kind of really dangerous though, because there's a lot of ways to counter the Bellion. If you want to pick like a SSB, a Violet, Rem, even that LRK pick there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love LRK into Bellion. I use him pretty much not like if there is a Bellion on a Guild Wars defense, I'm just like, this is free real estate. I will just S3 nonstop. Thank you very much. We do see the Amelia pick up here as well. I think this is the first Amelia of the day, and then we do have the Charlotte to counter the Landy and the Violet here.
Yanju's probably picking the Meru just as a insurance in case that Fire Charlotte gets banned for the Landy and the Violet.
Right. Not only that, but she is very, very strong.
Yeah, those buffs doing work.
I mean, I would say that they were on par with like the Aros buffs, because that Aros buffs took him from a literal who to this guy was like top picked, top meta unit for like a couple of seasons and still super good.
Yeah, and he's one of those units where it's like he's free and he's amazing in PvE and PvP.
Right. So we do see the last pick Rem come out here, and Tryhard already banned. Yanju taking his time though, thinking about this one.
This is gonna be tough because we got a lot of counters from Tryhard's side.
Right.
And it looks like we got the Rem, which is pretty good ban considering that we have 2 fire units on Yanju's side.
For sure, yeah, and I'm surprised that he banned out the Meru in favor of keeping the Charlotte in. I feel like the Charlotte would have been a bit better of a ban, but that Violet's already almost dead.
So not with this Ruel there.
True. But we're going to see everybody get a little bit of buff here.
And then now it's Rimuru's time to shine.
Yep, we're going to see how much damage this does to this. And the LRK is easily going to be able to follow this up. So if he opts to S3 into the Ruel here, the LRK S3 will kill the Landy as well as whatever target is left. So he opted to just straight delete that. Now, I'm a little surprised on the deleting of the Belly in here. Like, I feel like going into the Ruel would have been a little bit better because you would have been able to finish that off, and then he wouldn't be able to revive anything because he's going to be able to revive the Landy here.
Yeah, I think picking the Ruel as a target would have been better just to get rid of the sustain, and because we have LRK on the field, he would be great going into Bellion, so I don't think Bellion would have been a threat there.
Right. Yeah, even if the Bellion decided that she wanted to strip, wanted to do, Bellion things, that benefits you in the way of Charlotte by giving her the CR push, the defense buff, the attack buff, everything like that, and it would have also benefited the LRK. So I think that was a little bit of a misplay. However, bringing the Bellion back is a little surprising, not gonna lie. I thought that the Landy would be the one to pull back.
Maybe there's something we don't know about Tryhard's Bellion that had him choosing her over the Landy.
It's likely that it is an injury Bellion, right? So maybe he's thinking that, it potentially has some mitigation on it. It's going to be able to chunk some stuff down. Obviously not through the shields, because injury doesn't work through the shields. But I really haven't seen much damage on anything from this Bellion, so...
Yeah, she kind of sat there like a rock. She got her S3 off, but this Charlotte's doing a lot of work.
Yeah, this is a very scary Charlotte. And now we're back down to the Belly. And I guess it really didn't matter for the Yanju side who he killed there, because he was confident that he would just be able to follow it up. So Yanju taking first match.
So it looks like here we were able to see Rimuru doing something, because he did one-shot somebody out of there. So this is a good showcase for seeing what Rimuru is capable of.
Right, and the big thing too is that he had more than enough buffs to work with there to be able to bring that damage down.
Yeah, and this is where I think, you know, running a slower Rimuru is nicer, so you can let the enemy team put up their buffs first, and then
Right.
attack your team to proc the Rimuru.
Why is this? Is this just a? Is this just slap in the face ban here from the Yanju side?
Tryhard's tired of getting one shot, so now we got the Angelica out here. Maybe he'll do
Right,
something
but
to
do you
disrupt
see
Yanju.
Yanju decided to ban out
The Shuna.
the Shuna?
So maybe Yanju's that confident in their units and their draft that they're not worried about what Tryhard's gonna end up using.
This is like a straight just dab on Tryhard, I think. So Tryhard's gonna have to like show this, come to the table to play. Ooh, hey, we're gonna see that potentially see that mediocre Koeric.
So we have the Politis and Koeric pick into the Angelica and the Maid, so this is looking like a winning draft on Yanju's side.
Yeah, and Tryhard picking up the Rem and the C arm in here. However, this is gonna be a little rough. What does Yanju pick up here? He has very little sustain.
Alright, let's see what this last pick ends up being.
Yeah, it's
A Lilius? That's interesting.
he opts to go with the Lilius. I think that the Rem is the ban here. And then the ML Koeric is the ban as well. A little sad. I wanted to see this ML Koeric pop off, but you know, we'll have to wait for another match.
Yeah, it looks like that Lilius pick was there as insurance to go into the Angelica, so it looks like Yanju was anticipating the ML Koeric ban.
Right, right. But we'll see if it makes a difference. It doesn't seem to, because, well, the Lilius did get silenced and unbuffable.
And it looks like that Politis came out scuff-free, so...
Yep. However, he was ready anyways because he did have the book, so he would be able to S1 into the S3. However, all of that's going to just be undone here by this maid.
And we proc the Politis again, so... Politis is a really good pick here, but will it be enough to beat Tryhard?
Well, I think that this landy is going to land the S3 onto both the Politis and... Okay, at least half of it did land on the Politis, not the Lilius, but we did see the cycle here. They're trying to take out... Tryhard is definitely trying to take out this Politis. We're going to see the Angelica take a dirt nap one time. The nice thing for Yanju here, though, is that every time one of these units eats it and then revives, that is another charge on that A-Ravi.
That's true, and he got the lucky dual attack in there for the Angelica, so we're gonna nuke her down a lot faster.
Yep. And she is definitely going to not eat it from that one, but this is going to potentially kill her right here. And so now that's one down. However, this Politis is taking a absolute beating.
Now we got the cleanses from the Lilius, so... If this Landy doesn't go back into stealth, this might be a free win on Yanju's side. And
It
she gets the stealth, so...
Does go back into stealth. Yep, we're going to see the provoke here onto the A-Ravi. Now, he has to keep this A-Ravi on lockdown, or else that A-Ravi is just going to S3 and then just bring that Politis right back. Pulls in. At this point, too, literally whoever this Lilius pulls in, chances are that its target's going to die.
Are we gonna get an S3 here?
Yep.
Probably on the Crimson Armin. Oh, the
No,
maid.
I was to go for the maid. All right. Well, it does bring the maid back, and now the Politis is back.
So now, if that maid ever gets her S3 back up, That's gonna be trouble for Tryhard's entire team with the Politis on the field.
Right, right. Yeah, because that Crimson Armin is not in a good spot. We're going to see a Soulburned S3 from the Landy here. This is going to take out the Politis.
Not with that skill null up.
Right, but she gets another turn, so she is going to potentially...
If she crits.
Does she opt to go for the Politis? No, she opts to go into the LQC, which was very interesting. Ooh, that kind of sucks for Yanju because all of his Hellcutter stacks are gone. But it's not going to matter. He's going to Soul Burn. He's going to kill that, and then he is going to just bop this, and that is game. Yanju did not even need a serious ban right there. The Shuna ban, he was absolutely confident, and just... they are gone. They've got stuff to do. And we're going to be moving on to our next match. 2-0 Yanju right there. That was some pretty impressive play.
I was actually impressed seeing the LQC pick into like no dark units, and she was doing a lot of work.
Well, so the thing with LQC that a lot of people forget is that LQC works as mitigation, right? She is a walking adamant shield for her entire team. Not only that, but she hurts, even not into dark units.
That's very true. Alright, so we see the Elson ban on Niltark's side, so this is probably some BM coming in from his side.
Right, right. Or he is just... Is that an Elfelt? Are we going to see an Elfelt play? Stanley PP, you have to let this Elfelt through.
I want to see Niltark cleaving with this Elfelt. I like that.
Same.
Pick.
Same. I always enjoyed Elfelt. Everybody hated Elfelt, and I'm just like, she has potential. She's very good in the right situation with the right comps. And we see the Rimuru pick up here. 650 St. Quartz, no Aresh. Going very kind of standard here with the Stenny first pick, the Maid, and then the Arby. Going Arby, hovering the Dark Crystal. Opts to go with the BBK instead. Niltark totally trolling here.
This is going old school, where people used to always run BBK into RB as a counter. And now because of these buffs, we're seeing her come back as a counter to RB again.
We do see the Flan pickup here, and I feel like 650 St. Quartz Noah Resh had a plan, and then the picks from the Niltark side, he was just like, oh wait, hold up, I gotta adjust this real quick. The Flan, however, if everybody has immunity, doesn't he need a stripper here?
Maybe this Elfelt is just there as the attack
are we gonna
buffer for
see?
Rimuru.
Are we gonna see? We're gonna see an Ida.
We have two strippers on Niltark's side. He has the Angelica and the Ida, so that is a possible good setup for the Elfelt there.
We do see the bans here on the BBK as well as the Flan. I'm a big
like the
fan.
Speed tuning is a little off. I don't know if it's speed RNG or bad speed tuning.
So we're gonna see the Soulburned S3 into the Maid here. Now she's gonna go to sleep. He's going to opt to hit the RB here to not wake up the Maid. Now the Angelica S3 will not wake up this Maid either. Ooh.
Looks like we got a 15% on the Stenny there.
Yeah.
And no silence on the RB.
Now we're gonna see how much she can stun here. How? Wow, that was a lot of damage. Wow.
But are they gonna survive the RB?
Well, if they can survive the RB here, they'll at least get the RB. If the Rimuru... Okay, well, the Rimuru is going to kill this RB.
Surprised he didn't go for the Rimuru.
The Rimuru is going to kill this A Ravi. And now
That's
you
some fat
have,
damage.
yeah, and you can soul burn, you kill, you hit Rimuru, you S3, but no matter what you do here, yeah, you die. And I love that Niltark draft. That was
That was a
crazy.
very interesting draft. I like seeing something new. Looks like we finally saw those Edda buffs come into play, but she was used as a DPS there and not so
amount-
much as like utility stripper.
Yeah, the amount of damage that she brought down was kind of crazy, not gonna lie.
Imagine if if Niltark kept the soul burn for the Edda, she could have possibly been the counter for the RB as well.
True, because she would have S2'd, taken another turn. Niltark going with the Elson ban yet again.
But this is where Niltark's confidence comes in. He knows that he's gonna win without any specific ban on his side. So it looks like he's ready for anything that comes his way.
So Niltark picking up that Elfelt yet again into the Spectre Tenebria. Stanley going with the RB into the Watcher Shuri. Oh, he's speed racing now. He says, okay, you know what? You banned my Elson, my Kryptonite, my known weakness. We're going to speed race. We see the Politis come out into the Rimuru.
It looks like we're not gonna see a Flan. Oh, we do see a Flan. So maybe this Politis is gonna be the default ban here.
Because if Stanley picks the C-Dom, Politis pretty much has to be the ban, right?
If Niltark has an A Sid to just nuke out somebody,
Celine.
you got two answers for this cleave here.
Indeed. Stanley already locked in his ban. I feel like who do you think the ban is here? Flan? No defense break?
Probably Rimuru? Oh,
Ooh.
interesting. The Elf.
RB and the Elfelt ban out here. Wait,
Well, the
isn't
only
this
DPS
bad?
Well, I don't know if this Flan's gonna do a whole lot here.
Right, it'll hit the Spectre Tenebria, but
That
okay.
Hideaka, well, actually, her S2 can't be countered, so Rimuru won't do a whole lot. Oh, he still does.
Yeah,
Even
because
though
it
her S2
doesn't
can't be
work.
countered.
Because it's not technically a counter. It's like how SSB's S2 will trigger
Oh,
off of like any sort of counter, stuff like that. And so that C-Dom's gone. This just kills the Watcher Shuri. Niltark
looks
just taking it home, man. Wow.
man, that Rimuru is bonkers.
Anti-cleave Rimuru.
Alright, so we
Niltark.
got another...
2-0.
We now know Rimuru is another anti-cleave unit.
Right.
Looks like Smilegate wants to keep nerfing cleave.
Indeed. Which I'm perfectly fine with, because as a bruiser player, you know, I don't they can just keep nerfing cleave to the absolute ground for all I care. Although I do like when they're fast matches, and I get to watch them go through very fast.
I like cleaving. You're in and out quick. You don't have to sit there and play with RNG.
It's true, but you know, sometimes I like to look, you know, with my boomer reflexes and my boomer brain, sometimes I need to just go a little bit slow, right? You know, I like the RNG. It's not true at all. I don't like the RNG, but you know, you just put everything in counter sets with Elbrus Ritual Swords and you're good to go. Just let the game play itself.
When you're a Banshee gamer, though, you're gonna have good days and you're gonna have bad days.
It's
It's a
true.
good day when you counter. It's a bad day when they sit there like a rock.
Right. Yeah, and when your rem literally does nothing the entire time, and you're like, if you could just counter, like the Ravi earlier, you know, it's just sits there, and you're like, ah, sweet. So we have Audacity versus MyDude R35. Let's see if they can bring out. So we've seen some interesting picks in Elfelt. We saw the Ida pick. We didn't get to see the ML Quirk as much as I wanted to see the ML Quirk. People kind of shifting it up a little bit today.
We're seeing a lot of Rimarus, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
But I did like that last round where we got to see some cool picks with Miltark's draft. So
Right.
that's what I like to see. It's something different. Not a lot of people expect it, and because of that, they're not prepared to deal with it.
Yeah. No, for sure. So we're going to see MyDude's going to tank it down here. He's going to pick up the Sea Armin. He's going to pick up that Bellion. But what does Audacity opt to go into here? Into the LRK, into the A Ravi. Very safe picks into this.
Yeah, and they're good counter picks into the Bellion too. Assuming she's not injury, that A Ravi's gonna get a free CR push.
Right. Absolutely. Man, I'm still hype about that Elf pick. I love when people pick stuff like that in tournaments, and that Elson ban just throwing salt in the wounds there. But we do see the maid pick up here now. Not a lot of sustain or mitigation on the Audacity side, and MyDude going for the very typical like tank down, protect, potentially see like another Soul Weaver as the last pick here. Whereas Audacity just boom, straight DPS.
Well, we're seeing a lot of counter picks on Audacity's side. He has the Emil Crow, the A Ravi for the Bellion, and even the Politis for the Maid and the Crimson Armin.
Right.
And then just for that last bit of mitigation, we have that Crozet there, so...
Yeah. I like the Trozet, and I'm liking the A-Ross pickup here. A-Ross, if you do not get rid of that Landy, A-Ross helps make Landy an even bigger monster than she already is.
Yeah, if this Landy gets banned, they're gonna be banking on that Bellion, and that looks like what's going on here. So if this Bellion can solo Audacity's team, looks like MyDude R35 will get that win. But we have more aggro damage coming in from Audacity's side, so
right.
Just from the drafts alone, it looks like this could be the game for Audacity.
Do you think that the Bellion is most likely injury, right?
That's what most people are running these days.
We will find out here in a second as soon as we see this damage. Although injury might not take effect until after the shields, meaning that it may not have gone through. But I don't see any red bars there on that Trozet, who would have taken the most damage there. So maybe it's not an injury Bellion. A lot of damage there into the maid, but was not able to pick up that kill. However, is going to be followed up here by the Ravi, and that is a half health. That's a half health maid.
Yeah, as long as Audacity nukes out that maid, there goes all of their sustain.
Right, and then it's aggro versus two mitigation, one Bellion.
Unfortunately, Bellion's not a carry like Landy is, so...
Definitely. No, definitely not. We will see just how much he's able to do, how long this maid can sustain. And this is
yeah, so
not...
it looks like it's not. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's possibly a speed set or counter Bellion.
It's definitely, well, I didn't see if that was through an Elbrus or if that was through counter, but yeah, most likely. Although it does look like it is chunking a little bit of damage in here. Did get a stun on that LRK, which is gonna prevent at least him cycling a little bit here.
And we got that Rimuru CC'd, but he already blew his S3, so that Rimuru won't be much of a threat until his S3's back up.
Right.
So it looks like we're banking on the A Ravi to clean up here, while Rimuru just sits and waits for his cooldowns.
Right. And I mean, to be fair, that is definitely something that the A Ravi is good at doing. So the stun on this LRK is real rough because let's see what is his current cooldown here. We're gonna see the C Armin opt to S3 in here. There's not a lot. So the LRK does have his S3 up now. So they are going to have to CC him. However, almost all of their units are going to be falling out of this invulnerability here. But Rimuru and Trizette very, very low right now.
Well, if Audacity can chunk down the maid or the Bellion low enough for the A Ravi to S3, he can still bring back either the Trizette or the Rimuru.
The provoke there on that A Ravi is huge. Although Crimson Seed, easy. Now, we're going to see the LRK come through, chunk down, massive damage. A Ravi is going to be able to follow up on somebody here. Oh, she's going to be able to kill that C Armin easy. And I feel like that's the target you go for. That's your mitigation. You don't want to risk it by trying to go into like a half health maid. You just want to bring somebody back. Rimuru is not going to be doing too much here, but he is going to have a skill nullifier.
Surprisingly,
ooh, hold on. And then
maid...
he's going to just opt to go into that. Now, everybody has attack buff as well. Ooh, big counter. And we're going to see the S2 damage come through. Now, this isn't going to... We're going to see the Bellion drop here. I feel like that is the target that you go for. Opts to go for the maid instead, which, I mean, is fine.
Not necessarily a bad idea, though.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he knew that he would be able to take both of them out at this point. And at this point, this is Audacity's game right there.
Yep. We got a lot of damage on Audacity's side, so there was a lot of ways to just go aggro into sustain.
Oh, 100%, yeah. A Ravi, they definitely buffed her a little too much, if you ask me. I don't think that she needed half of the stuff that she got, but you know, just really hammering it out here.
She's a reason that everyone needs to pick her up from the Mystics right now, which is kind of bad because she's so strong that, you know, you should have her, but then everybody can get her. Will she still be strong if everyone has her?
Yes. Do I think that she is as strong? Do I think that she's a better pickup than ML Celine? Yes, I do actually.
That's another thing about ML Celine coming out. How do we know if she's gonna be strong or not? Her gimmick is a little interesting with the AoE revive.
On paper, she's really good. I think in practice, probably not as good.
Yeah, we'll see if people figure out how to use her though.
It's true. I mean, somebody somewhere is going to be like, this is the build. This right here is the build. It's going to be great. And then it'll take some time for everything to kind of aggregate down. Now, MyDude picking the Rimuru up, stealing it over. Also see the ML Haste coming out.
Yeah, we have 2 revivers on Audacity's side, so the ML Haste is a good pickup here.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're going to see the Angelica come out, which can be very detrimental for MyDude, seeing as that means no buffs for Rimuru to do his damage.
And then unbuffable for ML Haste to be useless. Same with the Crimson Armin.
Indeed.
So if MyDude doesn't have a way to deal with the Angelica, that's probably gonna have to be a force ban on his side.
Yep. We do see the Blue Crow come out for mitigation. A lot of people forgetting the Blue Crow existed. He'll never not be good.
And the free horses. Horse damage is OP.
Indeed. Not only that, but even if you kill him with the revive on, you put him immediately in Omega horse damage range. So we do see the Violet come out and the Spectre Tenebria. Now this is a pretty good draft from MyDude's side because Audacity has no AoE here.
Except for that carrot.
Except
but
for
no way
that
to reach
carrot.
for that Stanley.
Right. And Carrot definitely getting the ban out here. The ML Haste is getting the ban out, and that does get rid of the part of the mitigation. Well, no, because the overlap between ML Haste and C Armin would have not mattered, but that does get rid of a little bit of the sustain from the MyDude side.
Will Rimuru get rid of the Angelica here because she's gonna cook him really hard?
Yeah. Now, he did not get a lot of buffs. Ooh, wow, that is a
Not enough
tanky Angelica. That is 18,000 HP Angelica. You probably got to assume that that's like 1,500 defense as well because it was not Omega fast, right? However,
Yeah.
it is pretty hurt right now.
And if she gets the chance to proc her S3 again later, MyDude's not gonna be able to do a whole lot with his Rimuru and Crimson Armin.
Right. And their Audacity is going in hard right now on the Sea Armin. Get rid of the mitigation. I think that's a very solid idea here. The silence on the Stenny making her have to soul burn here, which she probably would have anyways. Very solid as well. But we're gonna see the Angelica drop here.
Well, Audacity still has the maid on his
Yep.
side, so she can always bring him back.
For sure.
Well, this is where dealing with maid and Angelica at the same time are both pretty annoying, and even if that maid wasn't there, there's still a potential for a revival from the Aravi.
Did that
Looks like we got a
Angelica just counter?
So, probably Banshee Gaming Angelica.
Banshee Gamer Angelica. What?
Not a bad idea. If she procs her debuffs from her S1, it's pretty annoying. That
It's
push
true.
back in silence.
Very true. Plus, she is a very prime target for a lot of people, so being able to get that is very solid. However, this feels like one of those games where Audacity is going to just have to do chip damage to this whole team and then hope that he is able to oh wow, okay, so stealing the revive
And
buff, that is
now it's
a big
everybody's revive and attack buff.
right. And the C Armin S3 saving that Rimuru because otherwise Audacity would have ripped that S3 into Rimuru, brought back the Angelica again. However, gonna have to wait at least one more turn.
Alright, so it looks like we're going straight on the Aravi.
Wow, that was a
Pretty
lot of
really
damage to that A Ravi too.
I'm wondering why MyDude is splitting damage between the Aravi and the maid there.
Not too sure. Maybe
Still worked out
Although-
with the Stenny.
we're gonna see horse into Violet. I feel like you horse Violet here.
Yeah. But there's no damage to deal with him after he revives
It's
anyway.
true.
Maybe he's waiting out the revive buff, so it's not a bad idea, although that Crow might die to the Rimuru, Stenny,
Yeah.
or Violet before he can horse.
Rimuru has S3.
He can probably nuke the Maid
He
Chloe out of
is.
here.
Yeah. And that's gonna be a thick S3. I think that's 8 buffs on the field, right? So we're gonna see 12k damage there. through mitigation. I mean, this Crow is dead again. MyDude is definitely going to be taking this one for sure.
Unfortunately, he didn't force me to...
Yeah, Maid still has... Well, she can bring everybody back, actually. But Stenny is up next. So... she's just going to take 2 people out of... Okay, the Crow is still alive. And he's not provoked. That's a dead Violet.
A Violet here.
Yeah. Audacity might bring this back.
What will the Angelica do, though, is the real question.
Oh,
the
what?
mitigation.
Oh, the mitigation, dude.
So much mitigation from Crimson Armin.
Wow.
Plus, it was on a miss.
Yeah, okay, I think maybe now you pack it up.
Yeah, if
Because...
Audacity was able to hit the Violet there, maybe this could have been a comeback.
Yeah, but at this point, Rimuru is going to counter. We're going to see that's dead. Violet's just going to finish cleaning up here, and we're going to go 1-1. MyDude pulling that out. I was a little worried because of the lack of sustain, but that Spectre Tenebria was free real estate. Literally could not even remotely touch that Spectre Tenebria.
So that's also a bad thing on Audacity's side, that he didn't draft preparing for the Spectre Tenebria.
Yep. As one of the reasons why for a long time I just straight banned Spectre Tenebria, because once you have to draft around her and you really have to like play your game differently because she's on the field, right? And so just taking her out of it just made life so much easier. I could AoE, I could single target, whatever my draft was, I was good. And we're seeing Audacity this time saying, you know what, no, I am taking Comrade Rimuru.
So at least in these matches, we're seeing Rimuru pop off. He's actually doing a lot of things, especially with against and with a team comp that can put up buffs.
Right. For sure. So we do see the FCC, and we see the Landy come out. Audacity picking up that Angelica yet again. We'll see if he goes with the Maid pickup here. I think that would be a solid pickup. Get your sustain, get your damage, get a support, and then your last 2 picks, you can kind of be a little bit flex here, right?
Yep, and there looks like we got the Maid pick going here.
Yep. By the way, Audacity, I will be charging you for that if you are listening to the stream. You can just PayPal me for that coaching advice a little bit later. So it'll be interesting to see what MyDude picks up here. So we see the DN. DN a little bit rough into Rimuru, right?
Yeah, but...
And?
Again, this is looking like another one of those comps where it's like protect the Landy.
Right.
And...
we do see the A-Ravi pick up.
Yep. If this is AoE attack buff and anti-crit for MyDude's side, there is a lot of potential for his side to win if there isn't something on Audacity's side to deal with that, like a stripper.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he's banking on the Rimuru to steal all the buffs and nuke somebody out first.
So the OpSig pickup here is really good because both DN and FCC big barrier droppers. However, taking his time for the, and then we see the straws pick up. All right. Do you say straws or strays?
I say strays.
All right. You say tomato, I say tomato. It's fine. Some people though, they'll be like,
how do you say Bellion? People say Belian.
I think I switch multiple times. I say Bellion as well usually.
And then Politis, it's like Politis or Politis.
You know what?
Politis
you say how
sounds like a disease.
I mean,
like I have colitis, I'm dying.
She is kind of cancerous. Let's be real here. But we see a level 50 Basar pickup.
Well, if he
non-fully
goes first-
awakened. Yeah.
Goes first and unbuffables everybody. They could probably kill that strays before anything happens.
So definitely went. We're gonna see his soul burn here. However, doesn't
The unbuffable's not gonna mean anything with that Angelica there, though.
right. And it's gonna give skill null. And we see
So-
the counter. So we're gonna see the
unfortunate part of using Angelica is that Basar's kind of now.
he broke the shield, so they didn't get any shields. So here you almost have to FCC to get rid of the skill nullifiers to do literally anything with this Landy. Opts not to. Interesting.
I think if he put up the skill nulls with the FCC there, it could have been great to clear off Audacity skill nulls, and then
Right.
the strays wouldn't really do a whole lot.
Whose buffs is he stealing? Opts to go in on the DN.
And he got the defense
Lance?
break.
Yeah. So we're gonna see some damage come out a little bit, but not much because there were skill nullifiers. So I do think that using the FCC skill null right there was probably the best bet. However, now that Rimuru has stolen all of the buffs, Angelica's gonna get rid of some of those buffs. And Straw's finally gonna get a turn. Do you just S2 here? Do you S3?
He has the attack buff, so he could
He does.
potentially get rid of the FCC.
Yeah, and his defense broken, so he's definitely getting rid of that. Got rid of the Basar. Now you just clean up this Landy, and there's not much. Audacity rolling this real hard.
Yeah, so my dude probably lost that from not putting up the S3 with his FCC there.
Right, because it would have prevented at least some of the damage. And it would have broken the skill nullifier, meaning that Landy would have been able to do more damage to other people, and you would have been in a little bit better spot there, but FCC died doing nothing.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. If I had an FCC going into a strays, I feel like she's dead. Probably let her blow her load first, and
Right.
then let the rest follow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, I don't think this is gonna be a 1v4 with the Landy.
No. She would have to wipe everybody here. They would have to come back and then wipe again.
If she was a cleave Landy, she could have possibly soul burned the S3 twice, but
Right.
unfortunately that was not there to happen.
Absolutely not. So Audacity is going to be taking it 2-1. MyDude, though, that second game was very solid. Very good play from MyDude. Now, we're going to see the legend ZodAtma. I haven't seen him play in a while, but Zodi, very strong player, but he's up against Super Jeremy. Now, this isn't just normal Jeremy. This is Super Jeremy. This is improved Jeremy. I don't know how Super Jeremy is going to do here, but we do see the Amelia, we see the Landy ban outs here.
So it looks like Rimuru and Angelica are open for grabs. If Super Jeremy doesn't pick up the Angelica here, that's a free pick for ZodAtma.
Yep. Although he's thinking about it. He's running out of time.
And he picks it.
He opts to get the Angelica pick here, but that gives Zodi the A-Ravi, potentially the Rimuru here.
Even if ZodAtma picks up the Rimuru, it doesn't look like Rimuru would do a whole lot against an Angelica.
It's true, but can potentially just ban out the Angelica. We'll see what the rest of the draft is, but he does opt to pick up the Maid now. This is a fairly solid pick into Super Jeremy picking up the Rimuru, but he opts to pick up the Spectre Tenebria instead.
Tenebria is not a bad pick into the A-Ravi. Plus, we got the Emil Haste going for the two revivers, so that's not a bad pick either.
We do see the Bellion pickup.
So at least Bellion is an answer here for all the Stenes. Stene, I think was a strong pick because of the amount of counter units we have, like Violet and the Rems. But now with Belly in here, people might be a little more reluctant about using the Stene.
I feel like picking Steny further in the draft, like if he would have picked it, you know, as a last 2 picks or something like that, would have been a little bit better, because then you can kind of bait your opponent into single target. But then at the same time, you also potentially risk losing Steny to your opponent, which is, you know, a little on the rough side, right?
Yeah, but if Super Jeremy has a Bellion on his side in preparation for that.
I love it. Falconeer Quarry is probably one of my favorite units in the game, and whenever you 1v anything with a Falconeer Quarry, it's the most satisfying, thing.
I like her 1v2 potential.
Oh yeah.
But now we got a Politis on the field, so maybe that Falconer Clary won't be so useful anymore.
It's true. It is true. It does. Politis definitely makes it a little rough. I would love to see this ML Ken come out, and we do see this ML Ken come out. This is
a F-Res Ken. He's a really good pick into that A Ravi and Bellion.
Oh yeah.
And I don't see any soul burn, so that Flurry S3 might be useless into an F-Res Ken as well.
Yep. Although, after a certain amount of time, right, you're going to be able to get those souls. Falconeer Quarry cycles exceptionally fast. If Zodi ends up picking an SSB, which is a little interesting here, we'll see how it goes. Falconeer Quarry, though, can cycle super crazy. If you have, like, Falconeer Quarry and DN, like, it is just a soul fiesta.
This will be interesting. Both sides have interesting drafts. We're seeing, like, you know, a lot of season 1 and 2 picks, like the ML Ken and Flurry there.
Yeah, we do see the ML Ken ban and this SSB ban.
So ZodAtma looks like he's prepared to deal with the Politis, even though he's got the Flurry and the Maid Chloe on his side.
Right. However, as long as things keep getting revived, he does have quite a bit of sustained potential here. However, a lot of these units are going to be fairly tanky. The Falconeer Quarry is about 17k HP, but typically you build Falconeer Quarry with a lot of defense since she scales off of defense. But we're going to see the bird come out into the Politis. We will see the S2, but that is going to stop the S3 for the moment.
Well, at least he got the Politis proc up, so the maid can freely S3, assuming she doesn't get silenced here.
True, but doesn't this A Ravi just kill this Politis? And she does. The defense break right there allowed the A Ravi to kill that, even without... He was already planning... Zodi was already like, you know what, hey, it doesn't matter if this Politis gets a turn. I'm gonna kill this. If this silences my A Ravi, I don't need an S3.
Yeah, so A Ravi is one of those units that's a good pick into Angelica. Plus, that Bellion, the Bellion S1 with the proc to get rid of the Angelica skill nulls was also really nice there.
Yeah, plus it did put blind onto that Spectre Tenebria, which did make it so that the S3 missed onto the Falconeer Quarry, which was huge.
Looks like this could be a win on ZodAtma's side, just because Super Jeremy's already down a unit, and now we have Spectre Tenebria as the only damage here.
Right, and this A Ravi is going to be able to just start chunking through this Angelica, and she probably dies here, to be honest. Not only that, but then the Spectre Tenebria is going to be taunted. So everything's going to be taunted,
Angelica's not that tanky, so they're going to get rid of her pretty quickly here.
Yep.
But with all the units that are gone on Jeremy's side, hopefully the passive for Spectre Tenebria will pick up here. Although I doubt she'll do enough to 2v4.
Right. Yeah, because at the rate that they're going right now, without them being able to really kill and revive things here, and I almost feel like even if the Spectre Tenebria is able to kill somebody, they just don't revive anybody, and then just finish off the ML haste, and then afterwards you can revive, and then you're good to go. And as you can see, this Valkyrie just kind of cycling real hard right there. I don't think you needed to S1, but I don't think there were very many other targets, right, that you really needed to do there. But the Ravi just S3s the ML haste here, and then this is going to be Zodi's game. So Zodi's going to take game 1 of this. I think after Super Jeremy did lose that Politis, right, even with the S2 coming off, the Falconeer Quarry, it just absolutely destroyed that Politis, right? Because the thing with Ravis both Ravis, as a matter of fact, is you really don't need to do anything with them first turn. You just slap stuff with your S1, and then you go about your business. If something's defense broken, an Ravi's going to clean the whole floor with it.
Yeah, and that Flurry S3 into the Politis was also clever. So basically disabled her, and Politis became a dead pick into what on paper looks good, since Politis' passive was supposed to be good against Zodi's team, but didn't seem like she did a whole lot there.
Right, so we are going to see Super Jeremy switching things up a bit here. He opts to ban out the Ravi and first picks Blue Crow.
So now it looks like Super Jeremy might be tanking it out, but I think Crow is also pretty usually a safe first pick, considering that he's good mitigation and he can be a DPS with the horse.
Yeah. For sure, it's always really kind of dangerous going into a Blue Crow because you don't know if you're going to do just enough damage to put him in that I'm going to just dumpster your unit with my horse range. Not to mention,
like Zodi picks up the Angelica on his side.
So we're going to see a Jeep Herd, which is a good pick into the Bellion for sure, because that is going to let you allow you to cycle quite a bit.
Violet's also a good pick here. Very RNG unit, good into Bellions, assuming he's gonna dodge.
100%, yeah. But you just put your faith in RNG. Is Super Jeremy on the left side? Oh, hold on, wait,
yeah.
Rip Super Jeremy.
Yep, can't count on RNG in this game.
For sure. So we're gonna see Zodi pick up the Spectre Tenebria here.
The Spectre Tenebria and the Angelica do have some good synergy because you're gonna have to AoE to hit that Spectre, but you're doing it at the risk of putting up the skill nulls from the Angelica.
Right, and getting rid of whatever debuffs were hitting you.
It looks like we're seeing the Flurry pickup again, which is interesting. Probably that Flurry will be good later when she gets her souls. She can slow burn S3 on the Crow so he can't horse anybody.
That's true. Did we also see what artifact that Falconeer Quarry was on? Was it on like a Rise of the Monarchs?
I actually did not catch that.
I'll have to take a look, because if it's Rise of the Monarchs, that's very strong. I personally still like Justice for All on my Falconeer Quarry, just because like potential speed buff, potential healing, yeah, a lot of stuff Falconeer Quarry really likes.
Yeah, and because Falconeer Quarry is such a flexible unit that can be used no matter what build you put on her, JFA kind of helps her out with that.
Oh, for sure, for sure. So we're going to see that Arby and Celine pick up here. Super Jeremy going very, very aggressive.
The Celine pickup is an interesting one to go into the Flurry and the Angelica, since we saw that in the last match the Politis didn't do a whole lot.
True, but the Politis is AoE, right? But Celine will hot dumpster either this Straz or this Spectre Tenebria if it's let through, depending on how much damage it does. We also do see the Arbiter Vildred, we do see the Violet, so there's a lot of units here that have some really high potential. So we do see the Spectre Tenebria, and we do see the Celine ban out here. I think that Super Jeremy knew that the Celine was getting banned, so opted to just go, you know what, I am getting rid of this Spectre Tenebria. However, doesn't Crowd just die here?
Yep. Looks like that Angelica are gonna... The Angelica and the Strays are gonna follow up after that Flurry. Interestingly, they slow burn on the Violet. So if this Strays is on Symbol, he could potentially nuke out that Violet with the Crow.
So many debuffs right here. This is so we will see if this Violet dodges. It does wow, that Straz
like
didn't kill.
We got a Wyvern G-Purge up in here.
Yeah, that G-Purge is at 398 hit points. That's... But he's not doing much at this point. But the Violet did not get hit at all. The Crow's still sticking around. I don't think
That's a free horse on somebody.
that is a free horse on somebody. I would have assumed potentially the Belian. Oh,
And
does
no
not get
gab on
the
the RB.
does not get the gab. You don't AoE here though, do you?
I
Yeah, you
would've
don't want to.
AoE'd, but
You would have
yeah,
gotten the
you don't want
skill
to
nullifier,
stumble.
and then that would have hindered your horse.
Will this Violet be able to solo ZodAtma's team? He's just kind of been sitting there. Hasn't really done a whole lot.
No, well, he's been provoked for the whole time, so he is out of provoke now. But we are going to see he's going to come in double attack. So now the it is 1v3. Can Super Jeremy's Violet 1v3?
Impressively enough, during the time that his defense break was up, he wasn't taking much damage, but it looks like with this Belly and S1 here, actually crit the
He
Violet.
is yeah, and he is just not dodging anything at all. So we do see a counter. We'll see a counterattack here. This is going to get rid of the Strays. Heals a little bit, but not a whole lot.
S3. Who's he gonna S3 here?
I feel like he's gonna opt to go in on the Belian, but she has defense buff. I don't know if that was what. Man, this Falconeer Quarry is just hitting.
I think
If-
that Flurry has the potential to beat Violet in a 1v1 because she has more sustain.
It's true. If either of these though hit, oof, this is close. This is real close.
Now that's the first counter on the Flurry there.
True. The Belian's gonna die here. We're gonna see health come back. I actually think that Super Jeremy might have this. I
If
think
the casino keeps working out in his favor.
yeah, that's true. If RNGesus works out in his favor, he did heal a lot there. Now we are going to see no defense break. That's rough because any damage that he is going to do, I think I got to give this a Super Jeremy, and then Zodi also agrees right here. If the defense break would have landed, and the RNG gods would have been in Zodi's favor, I think he would have been able to do it as well with Falconeer Quarry, but Violet finally was like, oh, it's 1v3? let me actually turn my evasion on. I was just sandbagging there for a minute. So it is 1-1 here. So we got a game. Can Super Jeremy upset
Looks like
ZodAtma?
he's tired of seeing that flurry. He's like, I don't want to see any more flurry.
So we do see the flurry and the AOL bands out here. Zodi first picking up that Landy. Super Jeremy opting to take up the Bellion.
Bellion into Landy's not a bad idea, but there's a lot of potential counters there. So if Zodi can react to that, it might punish Jeremy for picking the Bellion so early.
Indeed, indeed. So we do see the G-Perg pick up again, that Wyvern 13 G-Perg here. Zodi picking up the FCC, so that's going to be some mitigation right there.
So it looks like Zodi's playing it safe, picking pretty standard units here.
Indeed, indeed.
Got the mitigation, we got the sustain, and we got the 1v4 carry Landy.
Right. But we will see what Zodi picks for his last two picks. I feel like he does have good mitigation potential, sustain here. We do see the Charlotte come out.
Now, are we gonna get any sustain on Super Jeremy's side, or is he just gonna go straight aggro, brute forcing into that Landy?
We're going to see ML Haste here. So that is a little bit of sustain. That is a little bit of mitigation right there. Does he last pick Violet? It worked for him last time.
Kind of dangerous with the Fire Charlotte on the field, especially if he's going the meta symbol of unity Charlotte to hit the Violet.
True.
At the Rem pickup, not a bad idea into the Fire Charlotte and the Bellion.
Yeah, no, for sure. At this point, though, I almost feel like that Rem, considering Super Jeremy's team, the Rem is probably the ban. Although you could potentially just, well, no, because the Rem is on the right hand side, so it is 100% going to pop off, and that is a good. That's a good last pick. That SSB is going to heavily punish the Bellion. It's going to punish the Charlotte. If you don't ban that, you're going to have a bad time. Opts to ban the Rem instead. This SSB is going to pop off. He's got a lot of AoE here, and I do not know that he's going to be able to make up for it.
Yeah, that's kind of a risky Super Jeremy's taken here to start off with the G-Purge S3.
Right, but he does, well, he stuns the Landy, but that's not going to matter at all because Mate is going to get rid of it. Everybody has attack buff here. Zodi can potentially rip the S3 to prevent any Charlotte damage. But opts to just go in, poke around on that belly, and see what kind of counter potential it has. We're gonna see the full spectrum S3 come out, and that's a lot of damage. That Bellion is already at half life. Charlotte's going to pop in, definitely going to trigger the SSB. We're gonna see what kind of damage this SSB does right here, and it is quite a bit.
But she at least did get a defense break off on the G-Purge there,
right.
So...
And now, Super Jeremy has to S3 here. Goes into the FCC, but this is going to trigger another SSB S2. And SSB is going to be able to follow up right now with the S3, and that's going to be real rough. Because Jeremy's going to potentially lose the... Okay, so the FCC is going to revive up here. So, ooh, okay, so that's good. This is good, but...
Is safe.
Is he? I don't know. We'll see. Through defense buff.
I'm not sure if it was a good idea for Zodi to
Okay.
S3 the FSB there. With the barriers and the immunity up, I'm not sure if
I think that he was more so going for the extra charges. So that way he could almost instantly go into an... You know what? Maybe we were I think we were definitely wrong here. This Charlotte is absolutely popping off. However, G-Purge is down, but he's gonna... Super Jeremy's gonna focus on SSB, and he's gonna focus on Maid. Maid's gonna revive, and now Super Jeremy, I think, wins this. For sure. Because he's going to kill Maid again here.
The Emo Haste was a really good pick for protecting Super Jeremy's whole team. And with the amount of damage coming out from that Fire Charlotte, he didn't really need that Velian to do a whole lot.
Good job, Super Jeremy. That was really good. That was very solid. Now we have ElfMage versus Ozir. I know it's Omega, but or Omega, but that's ElfMage versus Ozir. Both of these two I have seen play quite a bit in our previous tournaments, and very, very strong players. But you know what? I just want to say, Super Jeremy, good job. I did not expect that. And ElfMage taking back his #1 spot. He was #1. He fell down to #2 while he was doing the Content Creator Invitational. But ElfMage, Ozir having to go up against the #1.
Maybe there's a chance for the underdog to rise up here, so there's still potential for Ozir to beat the recent #1 ranked legend player.
It's true, considering that he did not make it to the end. He did not win a Content Creator Invitational, but again, I think it was also like 4 in the morning for him, and trust me, I understand the struggle bus that is doing tournaments all day. Brain fog.
Brains don't work at 4 a.m.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. But Ozir picking up Blue Crow, Amelia picking up the LQC. ElfMage going with the Aravi, the Rimuru, and the Maid here. I'm
now
liking,
we're seeing the Rimuru come back.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the Rimuru here is actually a really good play, because there's a lot of buffs on the Ozir side. There'll be the barriers from Amelia. There'll be the defense buff from the Crow. So we'll be able to supplement at least like a little bit of buffs across, because he doesn't have defense buff right now in his lineup. So this is a potential to pick up some of those buffs.
And we still even have more free buffs for Rimuru's side with the Maid Chloe pick as well.
Indeed.
So this is an interesting draft from both sides. It looks like they're not necessarily trying to counter each other directly, other than the Politis pick into the Amelia.
Right. The Belian and the Landy here, Ozir a little bit on the aggressive side. ElfMage, though, picking up that carrot for the last pick. Now, who do you think the ban is here? I almost feel like you ban out the Belian, because chances are the Politis has a book. Chances are the carrot potentially has a book. Belian is the... No, opts to ban out the Crow. So that only takes out half of Ozir's mitigation, because the LQC, like I said before, is a walking adamant shield. So very good mitigation hidden behind a lot of damage.
And taking away his free horse.
True. No horse for you.
Since we still have the Politis on the field here, we'll see how this Amelia is going to react. So it looks like they're gonna chunk down on the Politis first, and because they didn't put up any buffs, there's nothing for Rimuru to steal.
That
other than
was
the immunity.
a lot of damage on that Amelia on that Rimuru S2.
Well, he does have attack buff as well.
He does, for sure. He is also being ran on the Symbol of Unity, so this is most likely the like pen set single target damage. That was
a lot of damage on the LQC.
Right. And considering she also reduces crit damage on herself more so than everybody else, I think it's 30% on herself, so that was 20k damage through a 30% damage reduction. So that was huge, and ElfMage is in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, now that A. Ravi's safe with the LQC gone. And it looks like this Amelia didn't do a whole lot with that Politis on the field.
No, definitely not. And that damage on that Rimuru into that Amelia was pretty big. I was surprised that Rimuru was able to kill that.
We got a counter Politis here, and she barely survived by a smidgen of HP.
Yeah, but ElfMage coming through and just hot dumpstering. ElfMage, you need to send me that Rimuru build.
He's got a secret that he doesn't want us to abuse.
That's why he is number 1, and Ozir though is number 7. So let's see if Ozir steals the Rimuru this time or bans it out, because that was a lot of damage. So we do see an AOL and an FCC ban out here. Does Ozir just straight goes with the blue crowd? We see ElfMage.
No one's stealing the Rimuru. Still going with their safe first picks.
Is this just like running it back?
Repeating his same team comp. It's like, you know, if it works and it's not broken, you don't need to change it.
I'm pretty sure that at the moment, this is literally the same game. This is the same matchup that we had last time, right? In the same order.
We'll see what their last 2 picks are. Maybe they're gonna change it up at the end.
Maybe. If they don't, I might have to say Ozir. Have you ever played Far Cry, where they say, you know, what's the definition of insanity? You know, that part? It's doing the same thing, expecting a different outcome. Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe the different outcome this time is gonna be a different ban.
Very possible, though. Did we do see the Politis pick up here?
So far, their drafts are the exact same as last game, right down to the T. But maybe Ozir will change it up at the end here.
I feel like he has to, because even the last time around, like, that Rimuru chunked so hard.
That Rimuru was popping off that whole game for ElfMage, so didn't really need any of his units doing anything else.
Right.
Just the made attack buff and Rimuru will pop off.
So we're gonna see an Meru pick up here. Interesting.
Probably to deal with the Rimuru. And we
into
got
a Kowarik.
Ozir loves his Kowarik pick, and he's got some pretty cracked gear, so I like seeing the Kowarik pick.
True. I want to see this just straight up like roll through and just delete stuff.
I think that potentially Kowarik can soul burn S2 into the nade.
So we see Basar and Kowarik bans, yeah.
But the only thing different here is that we got the Meru on Ozir's side.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this changes anything.
Alright, so Maid. Gonna do Maid things here. This means that the Rimuru is all primed, ready to go for the S3. And here's the thing, though, is we know that the... See, how's to push the... See, I don't know how I feel about that, because we know that he's just going to kill... Ooh, yeah, the big stun. He's just going to kill the Charlotte.
Alright, so again, Amelia looks to be a bad pick on Ozir's side.
Yeah.
So him taking a risk with that Politis there ended up ruining his Fire Mirror and his LQC.
And we're going to see the S2 come through. Symbol of Unity, big damage. Stealing the defense buff. The LQC is going to just drop here. We saw it die through this last time.
And LQC doesn't get to take a turn.
Nope. So picking the Fire Meru didn't really help too much. And this maid is just a stun, just bonkaholics, and so is the Politis. Fire stunning.
Kinda in a bad spot with all these stuns that are getting hit.
Indeed, indeed. Most likely, and the Politis is Abyssal Crown, I would assume, because there's an Abyssal Crown stun on the, I believe it was the S2, and then the Abyssal Crown stun. Because I was gonna say, of course it stuns water as fire. So ElfMage taking
2-0.
2-0, dude.
So he's the #1 legend rank person for a reason.
ElfMage, I'm just going to point out, where was this kind of play in the Content Creator Invitational?
Because Rimuru didn't exist at that time.
That's true. Rimuru saved ElfMage. So we have Bora and we have Marco. Both players I have seen previously. Bora has been in quite a few of my tournaments previously. Marco, though, Europe legend. So let's see. Double Angelica ban.
We got the Landy first pick.
Into the FCC first pick for Bora, into the Rimuru. Of course, we're going to see more of these as the day goes on. I'm enjoying like some of the different builds, because some of them a little bit more thick, some of them a bit more quick, and then ElfMages just absolutely a hot dumpstering stuff. We're going to see an F10 come out here. Now, does Marco pick up the Violet to counter? Hovering it, picks it up. F10.
I want to see the MagicQue here to go into the F10.
I want to see an MagicQue make it through as well.
Still thinking long and hard. Oh, looks like we got a Spectre Tenebria. Pretty safe pick, I'd say. Unfortunately, no MagicQue debut.
And we see the Charlotte last pick up here, so plenty of potential damage to go through for the Violet, for the Spectre Tenebria. I don't know, what do you ban here if you are Bora? I think you ban the mitigation, right? Ban the Violet. I feel like you had to ban the Violet there, because the F10 went through and the Violet went through. That was just free real estate for Violet.
We'll see if this is a high F-res made to deal with that F10 there.
So let's see, Closer Charles. Soulburn S3 here. Bora taking his time. Counter attack Landy. Alright.
Now, who does he nuke here? There's a lot of buffs on the Rimuru side.
It's true. He's going to Soul Burn, reducing the cooldown, so he's going to be able to use that S3 quite a bit more. He opts to go in on the maid here, though.
Unfortunately, that was not enough damage to kill her.
No. However, He does have the potential to follow up, right? He's gonna put unbuffable on the maid.
But she's not provoked, so she could still potentially cleanse the whole team.
Yep. We're gonna see the S3 come out here. Is it gonna be enough to kill? It is enough to kill that maid.
The attack buff on the FCC definitely helped there.
I feel like I am like
looking like a win for the left side.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Bora definitely just dumpster in that. Now, if that maid had been able to make it through, but I'm pretty sure that was a bruiser FCC because that was a lot of damage.
Well, that attack buff could still be a lot to help there too.
No, for sure, for sure. So
But even
Bora
with the
taking
amount,
that pretty, yeah.
the amount of buffs and the attack buff on the Rimuru, I'm surprised it was not enough to one-shot that maid.
So yeah, maybe it's a bit different of a build on the Rimuru. Maybe it's a little bit more of a bruiser, thicker build. You
not
also
as gung-ho as ElfMage is.
Yeah, ElfMage's is probably just like super cracked and just super high damage. So we'll see. Bora straight up just, you know what? I'm taking Rimuru. I don't want you to potentially take this from me. This is mine. Marco
Now
going
Marco's
to
playing it safe.
going with the Sea Armin, going with the belly in here. Very safe, very solid. However, Bora picking up the A Ravi, going a bit more aggressive. The ML Crow in order to answer to the Boolean.
We still have the LQC into the Aravi here, so we got 3 light units on Marco's side. Will he follow up with the rest of the draft with more light units?
When are we going to get a dark LQC that's not named Axe God?
Axe God is the best we're gonna get.
We can see where Smilegate's bias leans towards. So we do see the Emilia pick up here. Bora going with the Closer Charles again. Closer Charles, everybody said, was absolute hot garbage when he first came out. However, has been making quite a big splash in high-level play. Again,
Yeah, every time a new unit comes out, everyone questions it, but then when somebody figures out how to use it, that's when that unit starts popping off.
Oh yeah. Ooh, a blue Kisei. I like it.
The blue Kisei could potentially be a good pick into the LQC, just to protect that Aravi there.
Right. Not only that, but if you ban out the Boolean, then you go into stealth for 2 turns, you're a little safe. So if there's no AoE, although there is a Landy now, if you ban out one of the AoEs, you're still kind of safe for a little bit. We do see Marco come out with the ban already.
Bora's thinking long and hard about this. Are we banning the Landy, or are we banning the Bellion to protect that Kisei?
Indeed. So we see the Rimuru ban and we see the mitigation ban.
Well, we still have some of that mitigation there with the LQC.
Yep. So we will see Bora's side very aggressive here. So we'll see if he is able to just start chunking things down before it's a race to DPS.
Well, we have the Closer Charles opening up, giving everybody an attack buff. So maybe Kisei and Aravi are going to do a whole lot more. But we get the strip from the Bellion, which is... And he gabs anyway.
Gabs. So this is a... Who do you kill here? I feel like you kill the...
I'd go with the LQC, but that's just me.
Yeah, because you don't want to go into... Wow, doesn't kill it. Oh, this will kill it right here, though.
We have cleanup right here.
Cleanup right here. Because you don't want to risk it into the Landy, which the Landy should actually be able to get cleaned up here by this Aravi.
Oh, this is a huge win on Bora's side.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like that Bellion's gonna do a whole lot here.
Yeah, I was gonna say at that point, it's those two were not going to be able to overcome that. So that is going to be 2-0 to Bora. Just too much damage.
And this is where we saw the closer Charles pop off in both games. So
Indeed.
interesting to see that pick there doing work, giving everyone the attack buff.
100%. But chat, we're going to go to a quick intermission. It's going to be about 5 minutes because the casters need to take a minute and we need to get the rest of our competitors ready to go. So we are going to be going to intermission. Make sure you guys stick around. And as always, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, make sure that you subscribe to both myself and Fart Pancakes. And we will be back momentarily.
Can you hear the approaching ruin? hear the approaching ruin? Descending blade! Can you hear the approaching ruin? Descending blade! approaching ruin. Descending blade!
All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome back from intermission. Hopefully you guys all got some hydration in ya. I did. We got a little bit of food, and we are ready to see the next matches. We've been halfway through, and we've seen some pretty interesting plays. The Elfelt play, the early on BBKs, some of those have been some really good stuff. We've seen a little bit of a mixed result from Rimuru. Believe he's had about around like a 70-ish% win rate though, which I mean is pretty high, you know, considering that he has been out for a day. But you know, what were some of your favorite plays from the first half?
I really like seeing the Elfelt there, but of course the Edda, those Edda buffs being put to use was interesting, especially damage Edda. I would have guessed like utility Edda, but we saw the damage one, and then Elfelt being a good defense breaker attack buff for the whole team is a good alternative for using Closer Charles. And then, like you mentioned, that BBK, the one person that wanted to get BBK into every draft.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, not more people are picking up on these newly buffed units.
Right. Well, I think like I mentioned like at the very beginning, right, is I think that a lot of people were just absolutely blinded by the collab, right? Before we were like, oh my god, dude, this is so great. Look, they're gonna buff this unit, and they're gonna buff this unit, and then they're like, here's a collab. And then it's like, oh.
Yeah, just this one unit
friendship
alone.
with buffs has ended. Rimuru is new best friend, yeah.
Just overshines all these buffs that we just got, which is kind of unfortunate, but I think from a business perspective, that's probably what Smilegate was going for.
Oh, no, for sure. And I mean, I think that, you know, next week, actually, when Milim comes out, we're going to see some even more crazy stuff. And you know what? I'm actually looking forward to the Shotgun Shogun November Thanksgiving Throwdown. I actually spend a lot of time coming up with catchy names for my tournaments. It's one of my favorite things to do. The Thanksgiving Throwdown, by that time, everybody will probably have some of these units really hardcore figured out. And so we will see a lot of these units get played out.
Yeah, I'm scared of the Milium coming out just because she's gonna shut down Arby's, she's gonna shut down Landy's, and she's gonna shut down. So that's a lot in just one unit.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that like one of the big things with Milim, right, is that's gonna force people maybe to go towards this like this bulky counter like Bloodstone Landy that I've been seeing people run, because you really can't rely on Guiding Light anymore, or not that T-Surin has been like really a big thing lately, but like the stealth removal on T-Surin would be real big. But Guiding Light is just going to be in a really rough spot unless you obviously ban out Millum, right? That's the answer to quite a few problems in the game, is just we'll just ban it.
Yeah, but then it's like, if you ban the Millium just so you can use your Landy, how are you gonna deal with the Angelicas? Do you have to first pick her?
Right.
Or do you just take it to the face and hope that you survive?
Do you think in the future they will institute double ban on ladder? I feel like they're going to have to at a certain point, right? Because there's just so many units.
Well, there's good things and bad things about that. I can see that being a good thing in tournaments, but it can hurt some people that don't have a lot of units in their monster box. And I've seen some people suggest, like, oh, maybe in Champion and above there should be 2 pre-bans, but sometimes you can shut down somebody's entire, draft just from banning these 2 core units.
Right. And I mean, one of the things that we saw in the Content Creator Invitational was just how much people had to modify their draft based around the double pre-ban. And I think that was really huge, that realistically having those 2 just shuffled things around so much.
And then that also goes to show, like, ElfMage is our #1 legend rank guy, and he didn't do so hot in the CCI. It's probably because of the double bans there.
Yep. Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, unless you were somebody who was like constantly like practicing, kind of figuring out how to sort out the double ban phase, kind of thinking through your draft, stuff like that, definitely kind of hard, for sure. But I do think that as people's rosters grow, as as more units, more cancerous units come out, more counter picks, stuff like that, it might be a little tough having just that single ban, because there's just so much stuff that you can throw in the game that is almost like a required ban. As we've seen, like in a handful of the drafts that we've seen through today, you had a lot of units that it's like, well, who do you ban on this team? Like, you have to ban this unit, but if you don't ban this unit, it hard counters this other unit. And honestly, like for me, a lot of the game is the draft. Like, that is the hardest part that you kind of have to figure out.
Yeah, and if we have to start with 2 pre-bans for RTA, that could potentially hurt new players, because E7 is one of those games that's supposed to be new player friendly, and you don't really need to spend money to be able to compete on the ladder. So it could potentially deter new players from wanting to enjoy RTA if they have no units to use, just because 2 of their best units are banned out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do know that, it would definitely hurt your free-to-play or your newer players, stuff like that, for sure. I do think that tournament-wise, right, a double pre-ban is going to be, probably something that's good, because it'll help with seeing multiple different drafts, right? If you're in a tournament, which, by the way, for anybody who is signing up for the Thanksgiving Throwdown, it will be double pre-ban moving forward from there, just because I do think that it kind of it does test your chess playing drafting mentality, right? And I think that it'll be interesting to see what we're just gonna bring Niltark in, and he's just gonna pick Elfelt every time, and I'm just gonna be happy to see Niltark pick Elfelt.
Yeah, and especially as you mentioned, we're getting a lot of units as the game moves forward. So, as people's unit pools grow, and people that usually are the ones that compete in tournaments are going to be the more competitive ones with more resources and units built at hand.
Oh, for sure.
So it wouldn't affect them as much in a tournament setting.
Yep, absolutely. But we do have our next two competitors, so let's get into the second half of this tournament. So we have Nazarin, who is in placement in progress, up against I love the Hyun. I don't know what the Hyun is, but they love it. So let's see what we get here. Is Nazarin, the dark horse, the placement in progress. I'm gonna pull this out. We see an FCC ban and a Landy ban here. First pick in the main, going pretty safe. I like maid first pick as well, especially with the Landy ban, right? Because you can take maid into cleave sometimes.
Now we have to see how I Love the Hyun tries to counter the maid. If they end up picking just aggro units or try to counter with the ML haste.
No, gonna go with the first pick Reamer here.
Always a safe pick. Gotta steal the revive and attack buff for everybody.
I mean, 70+% win rate so far this tournament. Definitely very solid pickup. I fully expected to see just an absolute plethora of Reamer's this tournament for sure. So we do see the blue crowd
Nazarin
here too.
has to figure out how he's gonna deal with the Rimuru.
Right. For sure. And we do see the blue crowd, but we're going to see the Stenny pick up here, taking their time to kind of feel this out. Goes with the Lilius. Now, Lilius is somebody that I have seen start to kind of creep back into the game, right? One of the... I hadn't seen Lilius in a long time in favor of, FCCs, Blue Crows, stuff like that. But Lilius is a very good enabler with that dual attack S1, the S3, and even just getting herself a big, thick shield on the S2 is really solid as well. So,
yeah, a lot of people have been bringing her back just because of the introduction of Angelica. Because Angelica is just an annoying unit to deal with anyway, so the best way to brute force into that is picking up the Lilius, and hopefully you pull in the DPS that'll nuke her.
right. So we do see the Amelia pickup on Hyun's side. Amelia hasn't really been doing a lot this tournament. Very strong unit, but I feel like she's kind of just been a little backseated, right? Because one of the problems is if you have a Reamer on the opponent's side, that's just free real estate, and she is a little hard countered by a lot of some of the units like the Selines, the Poetess, stuff like that.
Yeah, but a lot of people are still keeping the Maid Chloe pick strong. No matter what unit is being brought up, it's always safe to go for that first pick Maid Chloe, and the only threat there is going to be the ML haste.
So we are going to see the Bellion pickup here, and we're going to see the Poetess and a Luna pickup. Now, I do really like this Luna pickup because chances are that's going to just straight delete something as if it gets an S3.
Well, if that Luna can take a turn, I don't know if that Rimuru is gonna potentially nuke that Luna. It looks like we see a Bellion ban here. I don't see that Bellion as being much of a threat other than to that Stene.
Right. Now, not a lot of sustain here now on the... no sustain really on the Nazarin side. However, Nazarin does have quite a bit of souls to use. So once she gets a chance to go, she is going to be potentially just dropping something.
Surprisingly, the Amelia started off with her S1. Didn't really do much there. Probably just letting that Aravi and Rimuru sit there and chill and let the other team go first.
So we're going to see Rimuru come in. We are going to get a miss here, but that is going to pick up 4 buffs here. So we're going to see how much damage this does. It is going to be a half damage. It's going to be coming in on the Luna, and the Luna is going to be gone. Now we're going to be pushing back the Politis here with the Crow, and that's a lot of damage gone on the Nazarin side here, but this Stenny has a lot of souls to use.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough damage to get rid of that Rimuru though.
True.
Plus we got that Guardian Ice Crystal's heal on him, so looks like he'll be up for a while unless he gets stunned here. Which he does.
Yeah, he does get stunned. However, the Politis is going to drop now, but now it's just going to be Lilius pulling in dual attacks constantly, which is going to be pretty strong, and the Hyun's going to have to go through this. I don't think this was oh.
That's a ballsy play, but that did a lot of damage.
Wow, that was a lot of damage. Holy sack, but the river is back, and the horse is going to come through, gonna drop the Lilius, and wow, I did not expect that Aravi to just...
Either that
wow.
Lilius is squishy or that Aravi is cracked.
Yeah, one of the two, but I did not expect that that Lilius to drop that hard. I was like, wow, this S3, I'm like, whoa, that was a bold move,
Yeah.
Cotton. Let's see how that plays out. And obviously it played out pretty well right there. So Hyun's
Like
gonna take
18k damage.
yeah. Hyun taking round 1. Let's see if Nazarin has an answer to come back through.
Now we'll see if we're gonna see a Rimuru ban or a Rimuru snipe this game.
So we're
we
gonna
see the Aravi ban.
Yeah. I feel like that Aravi probably had cracked gear on.
Still got the Rimuru first pick in there.
Oh yeah.
In addition to the Maid Chloe, but this time we got the Landy on Nazarin's side, which was banned previously.
Yep. And this is going to be really good into the Rimuru, right? Because Landy is just going to have non-stop S3s. So if Nazarin goes back to that type of play that we saw earlier, where it was like 3 protect Landy or 3 protect the other DPS that Nazarin picks, this could be very strong.
Dahyun's also picking up the Remlet there, letting RNG take its course and see if they actually get their dodges off and the counters.
So Nazarin's going to pick up the Amelia this time around.
So looks like we got double Soul Weaver on Nazarin's side, protecting the Landy. Maybe we're gonna get some mitigation here.
Yeah, we definitely would need some mitigation, because 2 Soul Weavers protecting DPS without any mitigation, kind of going in half-cocked, right? Because, you know, you're still going to have a ton of damage coming in. So you really do need to have like a Sea Armin, you know, Blue Crow or something. We do see the LQC pickup here. So that is pseudo mitigation.
And it's still more DPS there.
Correct. Yeah, and this also blocks out a potential dark unit from Hyun's side. However, we do see the F10 pickup here.
So either the Soul Weavers are high F res and won't get affected by the F10A will cleanse, or they ban her out.
We'll see what this last pick here is now. now Nazarin does have the very last pick, and I always personally think that last pick is one of the strongest picks because it basically allows you to go, you have to ban this. Like, this is the unit that you have to ban. The rest of my draft was free. So we do see the straws pick up here, and it'll be interesting to see what Nazarin picks last.
I still think that F10A might be banned out, assuming that Amelia or somebody's gonna be faster to try to kill that strays first, just to protect somebody from getting one shot.
So we see the Kisei pickup. Now, I know that this Kisei is pretty cracked, so we'll see what it does, but yeah, who do you ban here? The F10E?
I'd go for the F10A, assuming the Kisei or the Amelia go through. Somebody on Nazarin's side is going to take a turn first and disable that strays. So, just on this, based on this draft, if we see a gear diff, it might be Nazarin's win.
Yep.
As long as that Rem doesn't pop off and nuke everybody with her S2.
Right. Now, so yeah, we did see the F10E and the Kisei ban outs there. So the Straws is going to go first. Which...
So that is a fast Straws.
That is a
Either that or a
Straws.
slow Amelia.
However,
unfortunately, no one got nuked.
Is that a counter? That is a counter LQC.
Maybe it's a counter LQC so she could have the most HP on the team.
Possible.
Because that definitely bamboozled the strays there.
Ooh, and the maid is still alive. I feel like you have to push your maid forward here, right? You have to get the maid up. Although,
well, even
the
then,
Landy is going
Nazarin's...
to push up because, yeah, I think Nazarin's in an okay spot right now.
Yeah.
You're going to get the revive here.
Yep. Attack buff for everybody.
LQC
Now.
goes into the Rem IMO. We're going to see... Is it enough damage? It's enough damage. So the Rem is gone. Now all you really have to worry about here is going to be the Violet. And with Landy, with LQC, you're going to be able to eventually take care of that, right? So right here, you're going to be able to just hot dumpster, no counter attack. If this hits, it doesn't, but it's still going to do quite a bit of damage. Rimuru is likely dead at this point, right?
Yeah, Nazarin's got too much going on his side with all the buffs, the CR pushes, and the speed buff. So
Yep.
Nazarin's definitely lapping Dahyun a lot.
Ooh, dual attack. I'm not sure. I believe this is probably a Unity set. Landy. That's not true. I mean, I would run that, but
Not a bad idea.
we see some strips. We see some strips here. Now, the thing with the LQC, right, is you almost want to let the LQC get back around because you're going to have the S3 come up and you would get the splash damage, but at the same time, you don't want to let that Straws stay on the field for any longer than you actually have to. Now the problem is if you start hitting the straw, if you kill the Straws, now you have to start hitting the Violet. And now, do you push?
It looks like they're going to be gambling on this LQC to actually hit and hurt the Violet. Because even if we do
Maid
hit
hits.
from papers, they're not going to do very much on the Violet.
Right. I think that Naz is pushing the maid forward just so that they can turn cycle down a little bit, get the Landy back, get the revive up, and I think that at this point, like, it's going to be a little bit tough. This Violet is going to just eventually, you know, start ramping into those S3s, right? So you're going to push the LQC forward. We're gonna see potentially, we could see a soul burn here, but we're not going to. We're gonna see the counter. That's gonna be a fair amount of damage into that, but do we see the soul burned S3 here? So, oh, it hits.
Oh, it actually
hits.
crits.
Okay. And then that's gone. Now, the thing is even with the even if the Violet countered there, it wouldn't do as much because of the crit reduction. And then you could follow up with the S1. So we have a game here. It is 1-1. That LQC, pretty solid.
Yeah, that's one of the molding things about Violet. Again, it's one of those things where sometimes you have a good day with him, sometimes you have a bad day. This is one of those times where he should do his job, but didn't.
So now we are going into round 3. We see the A-Robbie ban out again and the FCC ban out here, but Nazarin going more of that, stealing out the Rimuru, not fully awakened, but opting to steal it away, knowing how powerful it is right now, but going more of that protect really worked out very well that last time around.
Now we'll see how Nazarin is able to handle using Rimuru, and what kind of team comp he ends up using to complement a Rimuru.
Yeah. Hyun, though, not getting first pick, not getting Rimuru, has to kind of think around this one. Considering that they literally just picked Rimuru first pick the last couple of times, what are they going to go with this time? Are they going to go with more of a safer play? It is 1-1. Have to kind of go a little safe here, or do you go a little bit more aggro? Picking up the maid, let that Rimuru through, and that's our revives. Okay, definitely going to go really safe because maid into C Armin right out the gate. That is the epitome of safe. We're gonna see.
And then we got another safe pick here. Ruel's also a safe pick too.
Strap in, boys. I hope that you got snacks during the intermission because this one might be going a little on the long side. We do see the Landy pick up here though, so that is really good. Into the maid, into the C Armin as well. Hyun disconnected, so we will redo this. Just make sure that everybody, all of the picks are exactly the same, regardless of what side gets what. Actually, Frost, you can set it to make it so that Nazarin is first pick. So when we do the next one, just make when we reconnect, make sure Nazarin gets first pick. As long as you disconnect, make sure you if you're gonna disconnect, make sure you disconnect in the draft. Hyun actually intentionally disconnecting so that they have more time to think it through.
About their draft.
Yes. Yeah, they're like, oh man, I gotta really think about this one. So
probably thinking, oh man, the maid and the Carmen is gonna give free invincibility, revive, and attack buff to the Rimuru.
Indeed. So once they're back in, we will start that right back up. But Rimuru's super powerful. However, not so OP that whoever has the unit is gonna win, right? Because we've seen,
still a strong unit and very hard to counter because he doesn't really have a hard counter. Kind of like how you could, pick Bryceria into Violet.
Right.
It's nothing like that for Rimuru.
Right.
But knowing Smile, they love power creeping. We might get a new limited unit in the future that will counter Milium and Rimuru at the same time.
Yeah, it'll be from another collab, and it'll we'll see how that goes. But back in, so just make sure you guys pick the same stuff each time, and then go from there. But I actually kind of like units like this, right, where they're really solid, but they're not oppressive. It's not like if I pick this unit, I 100% win. Like, it just, you know, when people, like, at the very beginning of AOL, right? If I pick Angelica, I just win. You know,
That's
and
like the carrot meta. Back when last season, it's like you first pick carrot. Everyone's
Yeah.
racing to first pick that carrot.
right. Yeah, 100%. And then I just used my super bulky tank Cesarito, and then I just I put the game down, and then I went and like came back after he ended up winning everything. Which
Surprisingly, more people
we
aren't
do
just
see
using the
a
Champ
carrot.
Zerato. With the amount of debuffs that we have, especially with the Angelica too, and
Indeed.
the
Although
Cesarias.
the problem is, right, if you, because I had seen some people talk about using CZ into like the Ran comp, you know, that was running around the first day that Ran came out, the Caesarea Ran Cerise comp. If he gets defense break on him and he's trying to put that into, you know, debuff immunity, sure, he is going to be. We see a blue Roman. I am excited to see this blue Roman, but he can still
Blue
be.
Roman's actually kind of scary, you know?
Yeah.
He strips, he puts poisons. I
Push
believe
back.
he pushes back too.
He
Yeah.
does. Ooh, so we see the AOL and we see a Pavel here. This is a little scary because probably that Pavel's 300 speed and that AOL is like 300 speed. So anytime I see somebody pick Pavel, I ban Pavel, because when people pick Pavel, they have invested in Pavel, and it's going to be 900 speed, and it's going to just kill my entire team. So I'm just like, oh, Pavel's there, done. Just be gone.
Yeah, now Nazarin has to deal with the Angelica.
Yes. But we do see the Ruel ban out. Ooh, and that is a fast Kisei, gets Gab. And I don't think she
Did
has
she
to
reset
deal.
the Angelica? Yeah.
Resets it.
Almost a one shot.
Almost one shots it, yeah, but it's gonna die. I'm interested to see just how this blue Roman works out, honestly.
I want to see him pop off.
Like,
here.
it's coming up next. Let's see, because this strips and turns buffs into poisons. All of the buffs are gone. That's double poisons. He's got another turn. He's pushing back. Everybody's pushed back.
This makes Blue Roman look better than the Light Roman.
Yeah. I don't know if you're watching this VOD. Please tell me in the comment section if you even knew what Blue Roman did.
Actually, I wasn't sure what Blue Roman did until last night. I was coaching one of my guild mates in their RTAs, and someone popped out a Blue Roman. And I
Wow,
was
that
like,
Kisei just wiped the field.
that was impressive. But does this carrot 1v4?
I will see. So this is going to be a lot of damage in on the Landy's dead. Roman is going to go in. We're going to see, does this just straight kill Soulburn? And it is dead. Nazarin is going to take it. That Kisei did a lot of damage. Blue Roman, boys.
This Blue Roman and Kisei popped off for Nazarin.
Yeah,
That was a very good pick.
That Blue Roman, just after all those buffs went out, gone. And poisons.
So this is probably where on Dahyun's side, he's probably like, what does Blue Roman do? I'm just gonna go ahead and let my S3 rip here. Right?
Yeah, that's one of the big things too, is like yeah. Like one of the things I used to do, right, when Rylet first came out, I used Captain Ricorous because a lot of times people were building speed Rylet. Nobody knew what Captain Rickarus did, but his S3 stuns whoever is the first in line through a miss. So you just bop, stunned. And people would just let him through, and I just like stun, reset, stun, and nobody knew what Captain Rickarus did. I had people like DM me afterwards, and they're like, "Bro, what does Captain Rickarus do, dude? How did you do that?" And I'm just like, "That's right, 3-star supremacy."
Yeah, that's the kind of thing, like, a lot of people just play by the meta. Whatever they go against a lot, they prepare units to deal with whatever is common. And then once in a blue moon, you have those units that no one's ever heard about. And then you got the secret tech there to bamboozle everybody.
That's right. But you can't do it too often, or else then everybody picks up on it, right? You know, you can't be using Wild Angara to put evasion on everybody all the time, because otherwise people be like, oh, well, I'll just ban this guy's 2-star dog, you know?
Yeah,
plus it doesn't make for
be,
good content, right?
You can't be throwing out that 300 speed, 100 crit Inos to push up a seed on and put up attack buff for everybody. No one knows what these 3-star units do sometimes.
Indeed. So we on the left-hand side, we're going to get that Rimuru. On the right-hand side, we've got the LQC and the A Ravi. Now, I do see people pick these two up together because you pick up 2 heavy DPS and you pick up their counter. Well, you pick up A Ravi's counter, right? So really just 2 very super strong single target DPS here. So Kunsel's side, he is already set on DPS. He sees that Yakuza is going to be going with you know, more of a safe play style. So this is where he can pick up a you know, a mitigation, a Soul Weaver, something along those lines. Or he can just keep going even heavier aggro. He's picking up a Mui.
It's the Mui's not actually a bad pick here, because on Yakuza's side he has a lot of buffs from the FCC and the Maid, which would help the Rimuru's S3 pop buff. But if this Mui strips all those buffs, the Rimuru might not do a whole lot of damage on his S3.
Yeah.
Plus, we get a whole team-wide attack buff.
We also see the mitigation here from the Crow, so. But I mean, I like seeing Mui anyways. I think that Mui is a very underrated unit.
Yeah.
And you know that with her EE, she's gonna take another turn. 100%.
I think Mui is a very, very nice kit, but again, it's like you have to kind of play around her to make her work.
Right.
And in this case, the strip and attack buff is beneficial in this team comp, just to try to stop the Rimuru and help that LQC pop off with her S3.
Yeah, indeed. Now we do see the Stenny into the straws here, and one of the things is that there's not a lot of AoE, so the S10 becomes kind of a force ban here, but we do see a Senya pickup, and I'm just going to say the second half of this tournament has seen some really, really interesting picks.
I'm actually surprised to see the Senya pick over the Opsig, because the Opsig would have been good going into the FCC, but with that straws there, it's probably better to use that Senya, assuming... Okay, so they banned the Crow out, so looks like that Senya might be the most HP, if not the Aravi.
Very possible, very possible. But so here's the thing, how does Kunsel hit the Stenny now?
Well, looks like they're just gonna have to
Splash.
brute force way through.
Yeah, they could do... I mean, you got the splash damage from the LQC that could very well just pop this, because you're going to get a strip on the shield here. Hopefully. So you get the strip on the shield. Straws is silenced. Gonna go into the Mui here. Double attack provoked. But I don't think that really matters too much. We are going to see the maid, though, is going to put up all those buffs yet again.
So now, next turn, with the attack buff, looks like Strays could be doing a whole lot. If he's still alive by the time he takes his turn.
True. So you're going to see the Senya do a little bit of Senya work here. I feel like you go into the straws, get rid of the skill nullifier. No, gonna opt to go into the FCC. So the LQC's target is that FCC, and with enough damage, even with skill nullifier, this very well could just hot dumpster.
I think they
Both
could
of
have
those
used
units.
the LQC into the Strays too. Because she's taking a turn next, potentially. If they clear the skill null off him, the LQC could just nuke the Strays out and still get the bomb damage.
The thing is, though, is do they potentially kill the Strays and the Stenny with the splash damage from the LQC? Like that's the question here. Is maybe they're confident that they're just gonna S1.
Surprisingly, no S3 there.
Yeah, that is a little odd, considering that they could potentially. Ooh, this is big. You got the miss here. Although this does kill the Mui probably through miss. Yeah.
Now we have to see if the LQC can still pop off here. But this Aravi is getting counters off, so
Do we see?
she has potential to carry too.
Do we see the Aravi does not attempt to
Dual
S3
attacks
there.
in.
Yeah, a lot of dual attack gamer here. Now, yeah, I feel like you have to S3 here to get your health back. For sure. That is going to kill that. That's going to be 2 dead right there. So, but the problem becomes the Stenny now is getting more stacks, right? Your straws is provoked here, which is fine. But this Stenny is going to hit real hard. If it hits, you do have miss. So it does miss both, which is big. Gonna counterattack here, but doesn't matter because, well, Straws is invulnerable. But this is a counter-gabbed Senya. How much damage is this going to do, and who do you go into here? You go into Straws. Does it not have the extra damage? That feels
probably a
like...
different artifact, or it just didn't proc.
That feels bad. Ooh.
Wondering if the Gab is a good idea on the Senya here.
Typically, I find a lot of people that run Senya, right? They run the heal on S1 for the extra sustain.
Get
Now,
that,
I feel like here, you can Consul can soul burn, could have soul burned, and then that would have been dead. A dead LQC there. Instead
at
now...
least we got the Senya proc. Got some free buffs for the team.
Yeah. The LQC bops the maid? Do you bop the maid here?
I would go for the maid, but Strays isn't a wrong answer either.
Okay, so we're gonna see a little bit of damage come in on the maid. Now this maid is definitely in. Oh, the dual attack. Oh, that's gross. How many? The maid has S3. Gonna rock the S3. Everybody's back. The A Ravi is stunned.
I'm not sure if this A Ravi's gonna carry this unless she survives to S3 somebody
Counterattack though. Gonna get a little bit of heal. Gonna bring somebody back here because you're gonna rip the S3 into the FCC here to bring somebody back. But who do you bring?
If this is a cracked A Ravi, I would gamble the S3 on the maid.
Let's does
And he
opt
goes
to
for it.
go for it and brings back the LQC. The splash damage kills the FCC as well. Now you just soul burn. Ooh, this is a comeback, dude.
Yeah, that was a
This
good
is a
SC there.
no you right here. Oh man.
But will they survive the
Skill
Stanley?
nullifier. Skill nullifier on the LQC here. Ooh, yeah, hold
LQC
on.
has to kill. There we go.
Okay, has to kill and has skill nullifier. This is, yeah, this wins.
Yeah,
Because
that
this is gonna push her forward, and she just chunks, and the S3 for flash.
so clutch plays coming in from the Aravi. I don't think
Nice.
this could have been won if that LQC wasn't brought back. Imagine if the
If it-
Mui was brought back instead.
Yeah, if it brought back the Mui, that would have been bad. The Senya, I think, would have been bad as well. Not having that
That damage potential
Yeah.
that the LQC has.
Yeah, that was a very good luck sack moment bringing that back. You had a 33.3% chance, repeating of course, to win that match, and you did it. So yeah, the maid was the play right there. Seeing as she was lower, it was a little bit later into frenzy. That was definitely the play, plus the splash damage over. So Yakuza going with the Rimuru again. Kunsel going, hey, you know what? It worked the last time. We'll take it again.
Still going with the same picks on Yakuza's side and the console. Let's see if he changes up his comp this time, or if he... Oh, so it looks like he goes for some mitigation with the FCC, playing it a little safer. That last match was cutting it close since we got the lucky turnaround from the Aravi there.
All right, so what are you going? Are you going a little bit safer here? You're already up 1, right? You can play it a little bit loose and free, but then that puts you into a bad spot if you lose this one, then you're 1-on-1. Okay, going with another mitigation. So this
We got a lot of tanking up here.
Indeed.
Now we have to see if Yakuza's side can come up with enough damage to break through all that mitigation that Kunsel's picked up.
Yeah, 100%. Because right now, Yakuza's only got Rimuru, right? So he has to pick probably two DPS here, because I feel like if you're trying to go 1 DPS protect into this team, you're gonna have a bad time.
I feel like Landy could be potentially a good pick here, but Opsig is
Opsig
not
is solid.
necessarily a wrong answer either.
However, that does telegraph that Yakuza does not plan to ban this FCC at all. And we see the Violet pick.
Violet's not necessarily a wrong answer either. He just needs to make sure his legs are working.
Yeah, we see Fire Meru in response there. This is a lot of damage and mitigation on the console side, but we have mitigation in the Blue Crow. We have the maid potential here. We'll see what we get the ban wise here. Because I feel like you have to ban Opsig, right? No, you
Looks
don't
like
ban
the
Opsig. Ban.
Rimuru goes through, or does it go through?
Yeah.
But is the Opsig gonna be able to S2 somebody right away? Because we got some tanky units in here.
It's true. That is true. So we'll see just how much damage this is got Gab. It's gabbing, so we'll see what the target is and if it just dies.
I'd go for the Aravi here, just so she can't revive somebody.
Yep, and that was the pick. The Aravi is dead. We're gonna see the S3 come out now, and that is yeah, that was dead. That was a dead Aravi for sure. Now you're gonna get the counterattack there. But
well, RNG was on Yakuza's side for this opener, just because we got the Gab on the Opsig. Imagine if she didn't get the Gab there. This might play out differently.
yeah, no, for sure. So let's see, the crowd will push back potentially the... You don't really want to push back the LQC, right? Because
They'll
the
just get more
further...
stacked.
Yeah, the further you push it back, the more Hellcutter stacks you get, and then it just, you know, has like a 40 stack Hellcutter, and you just splash damage everything to death.
Now we have to see who is this Violet gonna go for. Because he doesn't really have any business hitting the Meru, but...
Now,
he
this
got the
was
attack
pretty good.
down on
The-
the
yeah.
LQC.
The attack down was huge. Do you still rip the S3 into the Opsig here to heal and at least get like one life out of the way? I feel like you could
Surprisingly,
potentially.
he couldn't.
Yeah.
Opsig is one of those units that's squishy enough.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have gone for that. But again, with the defense buff up and an attack down, maybe she didn't have the damage to be able
I
to
don't
do
know.
that.
The S3 there from that FCC dropped that Opsig's HP astronomically. So, we're going to see the counterattack here from the Violet. Violet's got 3 stacks. Opsig most likely just pokes the skill nullifier off. No, opts to go in on the Meru.
Not a wrong answer, just because if the Opsig doesn't take the opportunity to hit the Meru now, Violet might not be able to hit her later.
Ooh, we're gonna see... this is not gonna kill, and now, with the attack buff, with
Let's
the
rip on the
S3,
Opsig.
this is gonna heal quite a bit. However, this is gonna put Crow into horse range, and
Will be
Crow...
a free horse on the FCC.
Yeah.
But will he go for it?
I feel like at this point, he is in such an advantageous spot that you just go for the FCC here. Obviously, like, kills the FCC, and this is going to be probably game because I don't think there's too much that Console can do with these 2 units to really, really take it home. Although, this Meru kind of popping off right now. So we'll see. The LQC has some work to do. I think that the Violet, though, the Violet kills the LQC next turn. He had to gamble right there, and if he would have killed the Violet, he might have had a chance, but I don't think he does now.
Even if this Violet can't hit the Meru, we still have the Crow and the Maid.
Right, but it does.
He crits anyway.
What even is elemental disadvantage? So
No
we're gonna
such
see.
thing. Violet's a ML unit. What do you mean?
It's
Better
true.
than the actual ML unit.
I mean, a lot of people agree with you on that one, for sure. So we got a game. It's 1-1. That one, yeah, that one went a little bit rough for the console side. Being able to just one tap that Aravi with the Gab was pretty rough.
Now that both sides have got a win, we'll see if they try to change up their drafts here.
So we're gonna see the Rimuru pick. Aravi ban this time around with the Amelia ban as well. Surprisingly, no AOL ban, and neither opponent or neither person picked it.
Maybe they both tried their hardest to pull on Mystics and it just didn't get her.
That's true. That's why they have to put in 4-star pity.
Yep, no matter how much you wail on the Mystics, you could still end up with 4 Spezzes and no Angelica.
Poor Genazad. Which, speaking of, make sure you guys tune in tomorrow because it's going to be me, Pancakes, and Genazad casting. It should be a lot of fun. Hopefully we'll see some pretty hype matches tomorrow as well, but we still have the rest of today to see some more hype matches. Right now, Kunsel, though, going with the LQC. He's really liking this LQC. Picks up the blue crow this time around, though. Yakuza going with the Rimuru, the FCC, and the Maid. Very safe, very safe draft.
And this is looking like the same draft as the first match with the Rimuru, the Maid, and the FCC for potential buffs on the Rimuru.
Yes, absolutely. So we see the Mui.
Picking up the Mui again, trying to shut down the buffs for Rimuru.
We see the Meru come out.
Yep.
So what does Yakuza pick here to answer this?
I don't think Rem is a bad idea if we want to keep playing the casino games.
That's true. You know, we really haven't seen a lot of Rem so far today. I'm actually kind of surprised.
She's just so much less reliable than Violet. At least we know dodge is more consistent than actually getting a counter from Rem.
That's fair. That is fair. So we do see the straws come out. Taken plenty of time to pick here. Last pickup is F10, which I kind of find interesting. Does Kunsel just go Violet here?
He could potentially also pick another speed contester and have between that and Mui to shut down the strays first.
Is he gonna pick the Great Mortalix? No way, right? No, he goes with Senya.
Almost. A different Green Knight.
I thought we were gonna see the Great Mortalix
we got his student instead,
but we do know that it is the Gab EE, so I don't know. It did a little bit. It did enough last time around, but it didn't do as much as I feel like it could have. So do you see the F10 and the LQC ban out here?
Depending on this Strays build, if that Mui gives everyone attack buff first, maybe that Strays might not one-shot somebody.
Alright, let's see what we land here. The problem is, though, is that Maid is going to go... What do we...
I'm actually surprised, but I guess they were expecting that so that they don't get the free attack buff for the Rimuru.
Yeah. So who do we go in on here? Gonna opt to hit the Senya. That seems like a weird pick right there because that didn't do... Well, I mean, that did a little bit extra. Did get the defense break here in on the Mui, and this potentially kills the Mui, and we'll see how much damage this does to the Crow, yeah. Okay, so the Crow is gone.
Mui's still up.
Mui's still alive. Meru popping off a little bit here, but Maid just gonna drop the buffs. You just S3 here, that prevents... Oh, you just S1. That's going to provoke. So Mui did absolutely nothing this time around. Didn't even get a chance to.
Since the Senya doesn't have any sustain, I'm not sure if the Senya and Miru are going to be able to carry this in a 2v4, just because that Mui's already gone.
Yeah, the Mui's gone. If this was the sustain EE, I think that there was a chance, but not anymore. Opts to not just go in. Well, I guess this is just going to clean up the Mui here. It's going to strip the Senya, and that right there is pretty much game. You kill the Senya, you finish up the Meru.
Do you think Mort could have done more here than Senya? Maybe he could have.
I feel like he could have, yeah.
Procced his anti-crit buff, but then the strays might just clear it off anyway.
Right. Right.
Well, this is looking like a win on Yakuza's side. I don't see
100%.
Meru doing anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely...
Oh, hanging on by a thread.
And finishing it off with the Maid Bonk. So that is going to be 2-1 Yakuza. That first match, though, Kunstler came out very strong. They had the RNG on his side, but just could not finish it up. But next match, Valkyrie versus MagicQue. You guys know Valk. I don't have to introduce Valk. You guys know. MagicQue rocking that season. What was that, season 1 legend frame?
We got an OG legend up in here.
OG legend. Both of them are legend players right now. So let's see if they've got the tech. You think there's going to be a Rimuru pick in this? So we see an F10 ban. Interesting.
We got 2 strippers banned on both sides. Looks like they all want their buffs up. They don't want to get CC'd. And we got the Rimuru snipe first from MagicQue side.
Indeed, indeed. This is like the first tournament right after LRK came out. Every single match had LRK pick or ban.
Yep, and that was the meta where people wanted to just pick 5 knights. And
no matter
no matter what team comp you had, ML Crow was good into everything. Cleave,
Indeed.
Bruiser, Knights, you name it.
5 knights at Shoguns, man. That was my favorite time, because I am a knight player. I am a turn 3 player. I'm not even a turn 2 player. I just take turn 3. That is
you enjoy those 30-minute matches.
30-minute matches. Hey, you know what? I like to get my money's worth out of the game, all right? You know?
Gotta reach that frenzy 10 every time.
Frenzy 10.
Make the most out of every RTA match.
Indeed, indeed. So MagicQue going with the Rimuru, picking up the Crow and the Ravi here. Valk going pretty safe here. Landy picking up the Amelia, snagging the C Armin, and going with the LQC. So this means his last pick right here, he can kind of do whatever he needs to. Does he need another sustain? Does he need more mitigation? What does he need to pick? I love last pick, and MagicQue has at the moment no real sustain. Opts to go with the Basar. I don't understand the Basar plus Rimuru picks.
Kind of anti-synergy there, but maybe he just doesn't want Valkyria to get the buffs, wants to reveal the Landy, so that's actually more of an advantage on his side there. It's probably gonna have to put up with getting less damage for the Rimuru. We
do see the Politis come out, which is pretty solid into this team, because you have the Amelia. Oh, nice. I like the A-Taiwan.
A good pick there.
Yes.
So...
A-Taiwan has been coming back. I like to see it. So
Golden Boys making a comeback.
That's right. It was all about the Golden Girls at the beginning of the season. The boys are back in town. That's right, but we do see the A Tywin and the Rimuru banouts here. So from the MagicQue side, this is a little rough for Valk because you're gonna have that Basar Soulburn into
Amelia
this.
actually ends up faster than the Basar, which is interesting.
Opts to just S1 here so that you don't get hit with the Politis. So we no Soulburn. Is this a crown? Crown Basar? Tanky crown Basar? It does not a whole lot.
At least we revealed the Landy though.
We did reveal the Landy, so can potentially poke. No, you opt to go in on the LQC, and you're gonna just give her massive amounts of Hellcutter stacks.
I would have just tried to capitalize on getting rid of that Landy ASAP.
Yeah. So we're gonna see the full bore Landy. That really didn't do a whole lot of damage. I'm kind of surprised. That feels like a very weak Landy S3.
Now we got the blind and the unbuffable.
But Amelia just S3s, gets rid of that, and then the Sea Armin. Right, but as long as it doesn't stun the Sea Armin, you're just going to Sea Armin S3 here. They have to waste an entire turn. That LQC is at Hellcutter stack number 9.
She's
So
gonna
by the
do
time...
fat damage.
Yeah. By the time that LQC gets a turn, because chances are the Amelia's going to lap it. She's going to push it forward with an attack buff. And it is going to do some disgusting damage. So this is 14. Does it? It does. Here it is. This is going to be what, a 15 Hellcutter stack LQC? Just give her the attack buff. Do it. I want to see how much damage this does. 15 stacks. How much damage do you think it does? I think it does 35,000.
No defense buff on the A-Ravi either, so she should get nuked out of here.
33k damage. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage. That almost killed that Crow. And that was through a Crow as well.
We're in horse range for the Crow, so we'll see who MagicQue ends up trying to horse with that.
But I feel like even after you horse, right? If you horse LQC, you have to deal with Landy. If you horse Landy, you have to deal with LQC. You horse either Amelia or Sea Armin, and you have to deal with the 2 DPS. Like, I don't think that there's a good horse target here.
This is gonna be tough. Looks like he ends up going for the LQC. Maybe the Landy will be taken care of by the Politis, but she's almost dead, so not too hopeful for that one.
Opts to go in on the Politis here. Does get Guiding Light, but Basar's S2 is going to come back around. So that is going to be... You could have just pushed... You had S2. You could have pushed Landy forward. Politis is going to S1. And then S3. That didn't really do a lot of damage to that... Landy.
Yeah.
Is this maybe not like a full... This clearly isn't a full DPS Politis.
I'm not sure how bruisery she is either, just because she is losing a lot of HP fast, as opposed to Basar.
This is going to push that Landy back, do some damage, but I think at this point, you can S3 here from Valk's side. You also had the potential to Soulburn S2 that Landy, because then you would have gotten the heal, you would have gotten rid of your stuff, you would have gotten attack buff. We are going to see the Soulburn here.
Still missing on the Politis, but still kills her.
Yeah, still gonna kill it, and then you just work on the Crow. I guess you work on the Basar because the Crow still has 3 turns on that horse.
Kind of the unfortunate thing about using Basar these days. He's such a great unit, but there's so many cleansers out there that after his S3, he doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah. MagicQue is going to opt to just not finish that out because it would have taken a while, but Valk would have ended up winning that one. So Valk is going to take the first match of the 3. So let's see how MagicQue comes back. That Politis really just didn't seem to do enough there. Like the horse into the LQC was solid, but you weren't going to be able to take out all of the threats, right? Which is, you know, kind of a big deal. So we do see that Rimuru first pick. We see the AOL and the F10 bands. Valk going with the Landy.
Looks like Valk really likes the Landy pick into everything. So I hope he's prepared for the upcoming Milim, who's gonna shut down all stealth Landies.
True. But just build your Landy different. You gotta just go that counter thick bruiser turn 2 Landy, or you just turn into the cleave Landy. Don't even worry about guiding light. Go symbol of unity for the damage and the hit, and then just be like 300 speed.
300 speed Landy, yeah, let me just
with
pull out some
4k
crap here.
with 4k attack, 250 crit damage, 100% crit. You know, reasonable, relatable gear.
Yeah, I think I have that laying around somewhere.
Right. You know, I mean, it's just spare gear for most people these days, but we do see the Blood Moon Haste pickup here in answer to the made into the Sea Armin. So Valk gonna be playing Protect DPS. 100%.
So, like Valk's last pick is gonna have to be a carry DPS if that Landy gets banned out.
Right.
But it looks like he's not gonna ban out that Landy based on this Charlotte pick, so looks like he's prepared to fight against that Landy and ban the last pick maybe? Or even the Emil Haste.
I feel like a good last pick here would potentially be an SSB, because you just don't ban the Charlotte. Let SSB just do her work into this Charlotte and this Politis.
Politis is not necessarily a bad idea.
There we go.
But...
SSB last pick.
So it looks like MagicQue is just gonna have to be prepared to deal with the Landy. And the Emil Haste.
Yep. Although, here's the thing, is if that Rimuru and that Charlotte, depending on who Valk bans out here, so he does ban out the Charlotte, depending on if they can burst down this Landy, which we saw that it was a little bit tough for this Politis to deal enough damage to that Landy the last time around. If they're able to kill that, then MagicQue wins, because outside of that, they're not going to be able to do that. But first, they have to expose that that Landy, right?
Yeah, but maybe we're gonna see Rimuru start doing things this match.
Unfortunately, very
he's
possible.
not gonna get that Landy.
No.
But maybe he can get the Carmen or Amelia out of here.
I don't think he's going to have enough damage to get the Sea Armin out, but there was a lot of damage in on that Amelia, and we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to follow up, right? Because while it is very low, you're going to see the Crow S2 into the Amelia. It's going to put a little bit of damage in on this, but is... Oh no, Ice Crystal's gonna heal this. Now, this Politis does have to hit and crit this, and it doesn't. and it misses. And here comes the Landy full force into all of these buffs. Just all of them. However, it doesn't do as much. So we're going to see the S3 rip out here. This is going to heal back up your Amelia. And do you just S3 here to protect? You do. Ice Crystal saving the day. Very Pogger's artifact.
If only there was AoE here besides the Politis. Could potentially reach that Landy since she's out of the invincibility.
True, but here's the thing is like that Amelia is just gonna keep cycling that Landy over and over and over again, and the ML haste is going to just be able to continuously put up buffs. Yeah, MagicQue just goes, oh, okay. All right, we're gonna just give this to Valk. So Valk going 2-0 in this fight. Yeah, that was
very one-sided with that
very one-sided.
Landy, Amelia, and the Carmen together.
Yeah, I feel like if he was able to really bring it home on that Amelia, take Amelia out of the equation, then he potentially had a chance to just continuously start chipping away, right? Because he definitely had a much safer team, but missing the kill on the Amelia was really rough and put him very behind. So Pengalin versus CC line. Now Pengalin in previous tournaments has drafted kind of crazy stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he pulls out. He's going to pull out a Ravi, which is why he banned LQC.
So far, we haven't seen anyone else try to pick up on the newly buffed units.
It is
it's always Rimuru.
A lot of Rimuru.
Landy.
Yeah, I would really like to see maybe like some Ran plus Ida. I think that would be really interesting to see. Maybe like some control comps. I feel like they're trying to bring like a little bit of control back into the game with some of these. We are going to see a Rem pick up here. We're seeing the Bellion. I'm interesting enough when people are picking the AOL, right? They're picking it a bit further into the draft now.
Well, now, if Pengalin's gonna let that AOL go through, his last two picks are gonna have to be dealing with her. Which it does look like he's doing with the Lilius pickup here.
Yep.
But then that last unit, what is he gonna use to deal with that Rem if she goes through? Looks
Are we
like a
gonna
Senya
see
pickup here, or even a Violet. Violet, it's not a bad idea. Pretty
Yep.
strong unit.
All right, and we're gonna see Rowena last pick here. So Rowena ban and then the Sea Armin mitigation ban coming out. However, I think in this case, right, Violet doesn't necessarily care if he's silenced. A Ravi doesn't care if she's silenced. The two of them combined can really bring down this Rem without too much of a problem.
Now do we go straight brute force into the Angelica? Oh, that's interesting. The provoke's not actually a bad idea.
Yeah. Because now you have an extra turn to really just hammer out this Angelica, right? Now, one of the problems here is that Bellion is going to trigger the Angelica S2 because AoE, right? And so that provoke is just going to go away.
So
and you're going to get skill nullifier.
One of the flaws using Bellion, unless she procs to clear that off.
Now they
And he
all
doesn't
have
proc.
evasion, increased effectiveness.
Now we got a counter A Ravi.
That did chunk that A-Ravi quite a bit, but not nearly as much as I would expected.
If that Rimuru had attack buff, maybe it could have killed her, because that is a lot of buffs on his side.
Right. Well, the buffs, the attack buff wouldn't have affected really the extra damage, but it would have helped out with the overall damage for sure. But here's another thing. Well, I guess at this point it really doesn't matter because he already S2'd and S3'd, so all of his buff potential is gone. However, now they just demon moded Rem, whereas realistically Rimuru was kind of a dead unit for like 2 turns.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Pengalin saw Rimuru as more of a threat than the Rem there, just because we already saw him rip his S3, didn't nuke out the A-Ravi, so
Yeah.
he is pretty much dead there until he cycles back to his S3 again.
Right. Now here's the thing is the Violet does have S3 at this point, right? But who do you kill here? Do you kill the Crow or do you kill the Rem? Because if you kill the Rem and you leave the Crow is going to horse your Violet.
Well, is the Violet gonna have enough damage to kill the Crow through the
I feel
defense
like
buff?
where he's at, if he is a pen set with a moderate amount of damage, he should be able to kill that Crow. But he opts to go for the Rem instead. And I feel like the Crow. Oh, he was hoping that he pulled in the Violet here. However, this just makes the Violet go bye-bye.
Well, even if he gets rid of the Violet here, there's no more damage coming in from CC line's side. That Bellion might be able to clean up.
Yeah, and well, you're gonna have the Angelica S2 come out, right? So we're gonna see this. It's still gonna hit here, and it's gonna trigger. So that'll get rid of the skill nullifier. We're gonna put speed down on Angelica, and then that would be game. Yes, Pengalin would be able to clear out that with just those two. Very strong comeback right there. Very strong comeback from Pengalin. I thought once that A-Ravi was just gone, that it was in CC Line's favor, but yeah, that was very solid.
We didn't see a lot of action coming out of that Rem.
No, not really.
So that's the unfortunate thing about using Rem. You have good days and you have bad days.
Yeah. It's like using Charles, right? Back in the day where, when Charles pops off, he pops off. My Charles, he's in the old folks home. He's in a wheelchair. He does not.
Yeah.
He doesn't. The only thing he
His
pops is
posture
like
is not there.
Yeah, the only thing he pops is like his joints when he moves around. That's about it. But we do see Pengalin pick up that A-Ravi again, and CC Line looking to first pick this AOL. It did first
the BBK.
First pick BBK.
Not necessarily a bad idea into that counter A-Ravi. But I'm not sure if the S3 damage is going to be enough to do anything into a bruiser comp.
Yeah, not only that, but doesn't Pengalin just pick two strippers here and then just win if he leaves the BBK in? Because it's just gonna get stripped.
It seemed like CC Line was about to pick that Rem, hesitated, and now he's like, nope, not taking a chance. That Rem was sleeping all game.
Yeah. We do see him hovering this blue Crow. I know he picked it last game. Was able to, horse the Violet, but unfortunately not enough to do too much here. We didn't see... Rimuru hasn't been picked yet. has not been picked in the first 6 picks.
I think with all these matches that have happened already, we've kind of seen that even though Rimuru can be a strong unit, there are ways to deal with him.
Yeah.
And we saw in the last match that Rimuru didn't do a whole lot there for CC line.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people need to kind of like take it back a little bit and look at how their speed tuning is, right? Because we've seen a lot of them when they don't have attack buff, they just don't have enough damage to finish the job, right? They start, they're good, and then they just can't bring it across the line. So without that, yeah.
With these last 2 picks from Pengalin, how is he gonna deal with this BBK and the Angelica?
So Pengalin's gonna pick up the Rem.
Maybe she'll start doing things since she's on the right side.
That's true. And we see the Lilius pickup yet again. I like the Lilius pickup. We're gonna see a last pick SSB here from the CC line side. I feel like CC line is a little on the confused side right now, right? Because it seems like a lot of his draft, he's kind of looking at something and then picking something else. We do see the last pick Landy here. Does see that seemed like he was a little bit flustered in some of that mid draft where he took like quite a while. He's hovering on a few things and then has to pick something afterwards.
So it looks like CC line still lets that Lilius through to deal with his Angelica. But since we have a Landy this time instead of the Rimuru, maybe she can carry, in addition to that BBK.
Right now, the Landy is going to be easily reachable here by the Lilius S3, by the Bellion. Ooh, the 15%. Because you know that's not running, most likely not running ER. So that's a little bit of feels bad there from the Penguin side for sure.
Well, maybe with this good RNG happening on CC line's side so far, maybe he can pick up this win here. If this Rem sits like a rock.
Very possible. We're going to see the Elbrus come out and then it's going to S2. We're not going to see the proc here, but right now that BBK, no attack buff, and it's going to run out of immortality, and I don't think the S3 here is going to be enough to do much of anything. So now what does it do?
I'm surprised that BBK didn't try to S3 there. If she doesn't stay alive without her immortality, might as well just rip the S3 and see where it goes from there.
Yeah.
Surprisingly,
Ooh,
he's
double
not
counter attack here. So it does look like right side is going to start popping off a little bit. The unhealable on the BBK is real big too, because that is a lot of what BBK does, right? Now,
yeah, that's
here
he's
comes
probably
the
just gonna have S3 here.
Yep, here comes the S3 rip, but it's not gonna do nearly enough.
They continue
Ooh.
ignoring the BBK.
And now demon mode Rem with the double up into Landy. One of the problems here though is that you are going to run into a horse here real soon.
Surprisingly, that a Ravi S3 wasn't enough to kill the BBK, but
Right,
the rest
but-
of the team cleaned up.
Yeah, the Bellion clean that up, and that's going to go to Pengalin. So Pengalin's going to run 2-0. Very solid play right there from the Pengalin side. Very well put together teams. The Lily is very strong. The 15% on that last one, a little on the rough side for him, but did make it work, right?
It's unfortunate that, you know, he tried to pick the BBK there, tried to get her to work, but picking so early into the team comp kinda kind of messed it up for CC line there, since she didn't really do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. It definitely felt a little bit weird to just go, boom, I'm picking this, you know. So a little surprised. BBK so far just really hasn't been doing a whole lot. I think with
One of her beginning matches that used her effectively because she was a last pick into a usable comp. But here,
right.
CC line was gambling a lot trying to first pick her.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely got to be she definitely has to be like a last pick. You can't have really, you know, strips. You also want somebody that can attack buff, right? I think a lot of people are missing that attack buff on their DPS, right? That is a huge thing. Like, you need that on DPS, especially if you're going into like any sort of mitigation, right? If you don't have attack buff and they have an Arius or an animate, hell, if they have both, you're gonna just hit like a wet noodle. Like, it's just gonna be a soggy noodle without an attack buff into double mitigation, and you're just not gonna do much of anything. So it is you know, definitely something that they really need to think about when they're drafting. You know, that's why Amelia is so strong, because Amelia, Soul Weaver, Aux slots. You know, DN is really strong because, you know, Soul's turn cycling, attack buff, meme anti-crit, Maid, you know, stuff like that. So attack buff, very strong. People really need to start making sure that they're trying to draft that in alongside of the rest of their builds.
Yeah, with attack buffers being so strong, I'm surprised more people aren't just bringing in the MagicQue. Even with no debuffs there, that's a free immunity and attack buff for your team, but I guess he just doesn't have the sustain that the Soul Weavers would give.
That's true. I also think that, again, like people, like we said before, Rimuru came out and everybody forgot that units got buffed. I think that is one of the big things as well, because I've seen nobody talk about them. I want to see more of that. I want to see more of that Ida play.
Yeah, and don't forget, we also got the Euphine buffs, although her buffs were kind of very minuscule. I don't think they were enough to make her a PvP prevalent unit.
Right. Yeah, they were definitely odd for sure. But I do think that, you know, some of them definitely have some potential for sure.
Hopefully we can see more Ida picks in these next coming matches, because I really like the one that we saw before that built damage.
Yeah.
She has damage potential, she has strip potential. I want to see somebody use a team comp that works around her, because strippers are kind of strong right now.
Right.
And, you know, someone tried to use Bazaar. Unfortunately, these Bazaar picks into these heavy buff comps isn't enough just because they have so much cleanse. But it might be a different story with Edda, since she has the potential for soul burning for her strips and doing damage at the same time.
Yeah, no, for sure. And one of the things too is I'm really surprised that we haven't seen people try to run like the Ran cleave at all, because like if you can draft that correctly, it's still super strong, right? You know,
Yeah.
and especially with the new Ida buffs, like she is one of Rand's best friends, I think, and you know, I really want to see that happen.
I think one issue about running the Ran comp, as strong as it is, the gear requirements are also kind of high. People are probably reluctant about using Ran if they can't make him at least 300 speed.
Right. No, for sure.
So, with all the amount of bruiser players we've been seeing in all these matches, maybe none of them actually have speed. We've only seen one person try to cleave, but that cleave kind of just wasn't working.
Yeah, no, for sure. Hold on one sec.
Do we have our contestants?
We were waiting on we're waiting on some people to respond. It's I think it's getting late, and all of the European participants have fallen asleep while watching. I'm sorry that
Wait, maybe we have some early risers for some of the European participants. I think it's middle of the night for them.
Very
right
possible.
now.
So we will
I
have.
see somebody in the chat saying that they're surprised no one's picking Terran or Guard. Surprisingly, in one of my matches yesterday in RTA, in Emperor Elo, I lost to a Terran or Guard.
Did you? What was the rest of the rest of the team?
So I was playing Gam.
You froze. So when you get back, you're going to have to tell me this entire story all over again.
Their last two picks, I don't remember, but one of them was Ludwig, and I was like, yo, this guy's got a Terranor Guard and a Ludwig? To my surprise, their A-Ras was really fast. They took the first turn, and their Ludwig basically just one-shot through like my 20k HP Rem through, you know, FCC and Arius. So I was like, okay, that Terranor Guard did nothing there, but the fact that I lost to a Terranor Guard and a Ludwig, that person deserves a lot of respect. That's a good win for them. They deserve that if they were actually able to pull that off into me.
Fair. We lost you for like the first half of that, but to be fair, you lost to Ludwig. Terranor Guard didn't do anything, but he was there, so we got the majority of that story. But we're in to our next match. Karwis versus Kyle Broflovsky. You may know him from South Park.
I've actually never seen that show.
You've
and that show
never?
Is made. It's made where I live.
You've never seen South Park? That's crazy. Karwis, though, very, very strong, flexible player. Kyle, we're going to see what he can bring. He is from the Europe server, so that is one of 4 people that I know that actually play on the Europe server. I think there's only 10 total. He is going to pick a Ravi first pick. We do see the Bellion, and we see the AOL bans out here. Picking up Stenny. Karwis going very safe right now. Very, very safe right now with the Maid and the Sea Arm in here.
And of course, gotta get that Rimuru first pick. Everyone's trying to steal the Rimuru first pick, but will that Rimuru first pick be enough to carry the whole match?
We'll see. Kyle picking up the Rem and the Bryceria. I'm a little surprised here to see the Bryceria into this team when there's no Rylet, Violet, anything along those lines. So we see a Landy, and then the last pick, Arby. So we see a Rylet pickup from Kyle. How does he deal with the Arby here? Is the Arby the must ban? Now he bans out the Maid, and we see the A-Ravi ban out on the Kyle side. Interesting bans here.
That Arby could be a dead pick if this Rem and Rylet pop off. If they're doing their job correctly, that Arby shouldn't mean anything.
So we do see Karwis go first. That is going to be quite a bit of damage there on the Bryceria. However, Bryceria is going to get a turn here.
The Bryceria pick is actually not bad into the Rimuru because if they put down the unbuffable, no one's going to be getting any buffs for Careless's side.
That is quite true. The Wall of Order not landing for the Landy because of the unbuffable here. But does he just rip the S3? He does. So that is going to trigger the immortality here on the Bryceria. However, unbuffable on Rimuru, unbuffable on Landy. Do you just rip the S3, save your RB? So that you can get more RB damage?
Down too.
It's true.
So in this case, Bryceria is a really nice pick.
So he does opt to rip the S3 here to put up more buffs so that he can kill the Rem. That is...
We'll see if that actually does damage through the attack down.
So, well, the fixed damage is not impacted at all. So he opts to go into the Rylet?
Rylet, which misses. They could have gotten a free kill on the Rem there.
Yeah, I feel like that may have been a misclick. Because the fixed damage only works if you hit. Ooh, and this is big because that is a dead steady and used the souls there. However,
we got the demon buff for the Rem, so maybe she'll start waking up and doing things.
All right.
Rylet S1
now, one thing to note here
bad.
as well is that when he did that, he did steal evasion buff, right?
Oh, that's true. So maybe it was not a misclick. It was probably purposeful to protect that RB as long as possible.
Maybe. This needs to go into... Okay, and this is good, because this is going to proc this into invincibility right here. And that's going to be a counter attack, but that's not going to be too great. We do have the... do you just kill Bryceria here? Or do you try to attempt to do damage to the Rem? Big double attack, but that's going to be a counter into the Rimuru. It's going to heal back a lot, most of the damage that just got done. I feel like you have to take out the Bryceria real soon, but the RB is going to die most likely right after this, and then so you can ignore the Bryceria here, because once RB comes back, it's dead, 100%.
Even if RB comes back and clears out the Bryceria and the Rem, will he be able to hit the Rylet though?
That is a good question. However, he's going to come back with the crit. He is going to kill both the Rem and the Bryceria here.
This is looking like a 1v3 with the Rylet.
That is very, very true, because Rylet is going to be able to clean up the RB with the S3. Ooh, that was some decent damage here. If this RB hits, that is game, but he's not going to. It's going to hit the Rimuru, but anti-crit is going to actually work for once, meaning that he is not going to get back as much health. However, that Rimuru is almost dead.
I'm not sure if this Rylet is gonna survive no matter how many more dodges he can go through.
Here's the thing, is that Rimuru does have S2 up now, meaning that he is going to hit that. He doesn't. Okay. Usually it shows. Okay. But I think this is shambles for Careless at the moment. Because
he takes out the Rimuru here?
Yeah.
Looks like the Rylet's the real winner.
Yeah, Rylet is the real winner. Unfortunate.
Oh, that Carmen actually hit. And she counters,
Into counterattack, and it's going to trigger their... There we go, boys.
the 1v3 Rylet.
Rylet. Doing Rylet things. That
Trying to
was...
show that he's the better Violet.
Oof. Alright, so Kyle taking the first one with the Rylet flex there. I do think that that it might have been a little bit of a misclick or a misplay to use that Rimuru S3 on the Violet for the evasion, because the evasion was inside of invincibility, so it really didn't matter at all. It wasn't really protecting anything. You could have had a free kill on the Rem, wouldn't have been in demon mode, wouldn't have gotten any extra anything in, and then potentially worked on the Violet afterwards.
Yeah, so that seems like a misplay on Careless's part, but we still don't know if they did that intentionally or if it was a misclick.
Yeah.
So Kyle Bravolski is still going for the counter Violet plays, just with the green one this time.
Yeah. So we see the steady, we see the Violet. Kara's going back to kind of safe here with the Aravi into the Maid.
Looks like the Rimuru wasn't working out for them, so they didn't opt to pick Rimuru. For Kyle's side, it doesn't seem that he cares to pick up on the Rimuru, just because it didn't seem like the Rimuru did a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's still time, right? You can still... A Singelica, Kyle. Literally, I have never had a Singelica win a match in a tournament. I'm pretty sure, and Frost, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that Singelica has ever once won a match ever.
Yeah, the only way for Singelica to work into a maid Chloe is if you're planning to cleave and you brute force through them. Otherwise, it takes too long to knock everyone down that the Angelica loses her immortality before they start reviving.
Frost says I'm wrong. Did she win like one game? One ever? 3 matches out of how many? About 20. Okay, so she has a 3 in 20 or 1.5. Was that a 15% win rate?
Yeah, 15% win rate.
15% win rate.
The odds are high considering that, 15% is a lot in E7.
15%.
It's actually 51%.
Right. All right, so we'll see what we've got here. So Kara was picking up the Charlotte, picking up the Carrot. Got to see Armin a little bit safe here, but also a little on the aggressive side. You got 3 aggressors here. And so on the Kyle side, though, you've got Rem, which is going to get banned out. You got Singelica, you've got Bryceria, Violet, and you have Stenny. No Rimuru here.
I feel like the Carrot could have been a better ban instead of the Fire Charlotte, considering that the Bryceria would make it through. So if she put the unbuffable on the Charlotte, she wouldn't really do anything. Whereas Carrot can self-cleanse these debuffs.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens here. So we have the maid buffs up. We're going to soul burn the Carrot S3 here.
Surprisingly, the Violet dodges.
However, would it be enough damage here potentially? If the Carrot whacks the Violet, it's almost dead. The Bryceria does proc the immortality here.
The problem with this Angelica pick is that she hasn't done anything.
Yes, that is correct. We do have 2 unbuffables here. I feel like you just rip S1 into the Violet. I feel like even through a miss, this A Ravi is going to kill that Violet.
Who does she go for? She's thinking long and hard.
Long and hard. Yep, and it hits, so definitely dies.
At least maybe the Angelica can put up an attack buff for the Stene, but I'm not sure how long she's gonna last.
Right.
Because that's looking like a potential 2v4, which I don't think the Stene has enough damage for.
If she soul burns here, does she die?
That's looking like a possibility. She's almost dead, and she's got
a burn on her. Yeah, I feel like if she were to soul burn right there, she would have died. But
ooh, that's good. They got a heal from the Angelica.
However, the Bryceria is going to die here. However, now you have Singelica pulling in Spectre Tenebria every time. This is a candlestick.
We have to see if that Spectre is able to kill through that Aravi, though.
Right. Definitely not going to be able to do enough here. However, the Spectre Tenebria does have enough health back that burn is not going to kill.
I wonder if this is a lifesteal Spectene, because that Angelica keeps proccing her candlestick. There's a lot of potential here, but it looks like that's not a lifesteal Stene. I don't think it is,
yeah. So I don't think that this is going to be nearly enough damage to kill either of them.
But they have no reach for the Stene, and with that candlestick Angelica, maybe Kyle has a chance here.
But here's the thing is, so now and that's a lot of poison stacks on that Ravi. It triggers at the beginning, right? So if he puts up immortality or immunity, the poison shouldn't do any damage to that Aravi on that first tick, right? Yep, immune.
Yeah.
That was real big. Now, it's going to be really annoying because he is going to have to deal with this Candlestick Angelica, right? And she's already got her S3 back up, so she could just S3 whenever she wants. Immunity here, though, on the Aravi is pretty big because you're not going to be able to put more debuffs on.
Even then, they still don't have a reach for the Stene if that Angelica keeps proccing her candlestick.
Wait.
This is gonna be a slow ride for the Stene to win.
Hold on. Does this Angelica ever die?
Nope. As long as her S3 keeps getting put back up from the candlestick, this Angelica lives forever.
Okay, so I'm gonna go get my pillow. And I am going to
nap. Just pull my chair back.
Just pull your chair back. Take a nap. Because this is probably like a 400 effect resist.
And we got the candlestick proc, so we know this Angelica's living for another turn.
Oh my god. They have to take out the maid though. Ooh, that... Yeah. I think the maid drops here, and I think Careless dies.
Yeah, even if the maid cycles enough to S3 again, no one's coming back. They're just getting a free attack.
Right. Well, maid's dead there, and he can't reach the Stene. And I think even if he could reach the Stene here, this Angelica's never going to die. Hold on, no. She runs out after this.
What? Oh. Interesting.
Oh, hold on,
Uh,
but Stenny has soul burn. Is it enough?
Would be enough
It
kill.
is.
Oh,
It's
it looks
more
like
than
it
enough.
is. Oh man, we gotta take back what we said now. At first we thought this
Indeed.
Angelica wasn't doing anything, but she was the real carry here.
Indeed. Oh man, that
Oh,
sucks.
that goes back to what we were saying.
15%.
is actually 51%.
40 or 4 out of 21. Wow, okay. So 2-0 Kyle. Kyle is going to be moving on. That was all right, all right. Candlestick 400 ER. Super pug.
That was actually very interesting play there. I didn't expect that Singelica to do a whole lot, especially because we didn't see a lot of nuking. But Careless didn't really draft to where they could deal with the Stene at the end there, so that worked out in Kyle's favor.
Okay, so that actually looks like that was our last match of the day. Looks like we did have a couple of people who were disqualified for not showing up, so their opponents will be moving forward to tomorrow's match. But we saw a lot of really interesting stuff today. Like for sure, I was pretty hype about a lot of these matches. Yo, are those chicken nuggets?
Yes, they are.
You better get some
My
chicken.
brother.
Your brother is the
chicken nuggets.
absolute pog champ for bringing you chicken nuggets. Yeah, take one of those chicken nuggets. I wish your brother
Okay.
would bring me chicken nuggets. Unfortunately, I didn't
I
get
don't
any
want to
chicken.
eat my chicken nuggets on the stream.
Dude,
It's gonna be like ASMR. Listen to this crunch.
Fart Pancakes brother is the absolute goat. 100%. But Pancakes, thank you for joining me today. It was a lot of interesting matches. The Elfelt was super cool. The Edda was super cool. The Blue Roman. I'm interested to see what we see tomorrow, seeing as we're going into the next round of the tournament. By the way, for those of you who are watching tomorrow, we will also be joined by Genazad, and I think you said you had another costume you were going to wear tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Okay,
I
so you guys
do.
are going to have to tune in to see what that
My
costume is.
E7 cosplay.
Your next E7 cosplay. If you guys haven't subscribed, make sure you guys do subscribe. Also follow Fart Pancakes on Twitch. Do you have a YouTube or anything?
Nope, just Twitch.
Just Twitch. Follow her on Twitch. Weird name, great content. But anyways, from me and from Fart Pancakes, you guys have a great night, and yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy, homies. Peace out.
Peace out, everyone.